joko vuorottelevat tai sitten hoitavat keskenään kumpi tulee, mutta tässä on siis mikki sitten mitä viedään.
Tämä on kello.
Siinä oli ne ajat siinä briefissä, mä en muista, ne oli ne.
9.50 oli ensimmäinen.
Joo. Aika lailla sen jälkeen jokaisen jälkeen. Onko sulla jotain tästä muuta, kun se on koko ajan päällä?
Siinä on koko ajan virta päällä. Mä availen sitä tästä. Kun te viette sen siihen, niin jos se nyt näyttää siltä, että se puhuja pitää sitä tässä kohtaa, niin sehän ei sit kuulu, niin sit voi vähän niin kuin ottaa kyynärpäästä kiinni. Ja myöskin se, että kun on toi striimi, niin jos kysyjä tuossa meinaa, että kyllä minun ääneni, minun ampuu kuuluva ääni, niin sehän ei tasan tarkkaan sinne striimiin asti kuulu. Silleen, että täältä tulee mikki. Et sitä on ihan turha kenenkään kysyä mitään, koska se ei kuulu sitten striimiin ennen kuin
mikrofoni. Jos ne vaan puhuu, niin sitten että voisitko toistaa, kiitos, että tavallaan niin voi pyytää sit toistaa, koska sit se striimissä ei tosiaan tiedetä, mistä puhutaan.
Niin, juontaja voi sen niin kuin kysymyksen toki sitten tehdä tapauksessa.
Niin, jos se kuulee sekään. Mutta
toistaa, jos se menee niin kuin jotenkin pieleen se alku siinä, mutta joo, siis niin kuin juontajallekin voi olla tuohon lavalle haastava kuulla sitten se kysymys.
Joo. Eli yksi on sitten aina täällä, kun on yksi mikki ja toinen on tuossa.
Joo, just näin. Mutta se oli vasta joskus, olikohan se kyllä. Mutta siis sille, että tämä alkuruuhka kaikki on tuossa.
Joo. Checkity check.
Ladies and gentlemen, program will start in 5 minutes.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Fight Misinformation with Google Finland. My name is Barbara Lybeck, and it's a great honor for me to be your host today. As you probably know, we are celebrating Finland's National Media Literacy Week, and that's why we are gathered here today. Welcome all of you here at the old student house in Helsinki, as well as all of you attending online. Great to see so many of you wanting to fight misinformation and hate speech online. Media literacy is, of course, the best way to prevent it. Finland is a country that is consistently ranked as #1 in the World Media Literacy Index. We know that there is something we are doing right, and that's why we also want to share our knowledge to a wider national audience. And yet, of course, there is always something new we can learn as well. This event is an opportunity for Finnish experts to network, share knowledge, insights, and best practices. We have many international speakers with us today, and that will ensure that the dialogue will be as widespread as possible. We will soon open this event, but first a couple of words about the day. You can find the agenda on the event site, where you can navigate by using the QR code on the backside of your badge. And those of you following this event online, you can use the QR code shown on the screen right now. When you look at the agenda, you can see that we have many high-profile keynote speakers with us today. The Academic of the Year, Tuija Saresma, will speak about hate speech online and what we can do about that. And Beth Goldberg from Jigsaw will do a presentation on Prebunking, a way of fight misinformation online in advance. We have many other speakers as well. As you can see, a very interesting agenda indeed. During the lunch, there will be workshops for you. If you haven't registered to any of them yet, you can do that during the breaks at the desk in the lobby. And during the day, we also want to hear your thoughts. We don't want to stand here speaking alone, so feel free to comment the discussions and ask questions. You can do that online in the chat box, and here at the old student house, you can raise your hand and ask for a microphone. Remember that it's polite to introduce yourself before you ask. But now, dear guests, it's time to open the day. Please welcome Google's Country Director for Finland, Mr. Antti Järvinen. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Baba. Good to be here. Good to see you all. So on Google's behalf, good morning, everyone. Warmly welcome. It's great to see us gathering together on this important topic and fighting misinformation online. What Finland has uncovered especially is the topic for today. I'm a proud Finn to be here on the stage representing a US company. And being at Google for 7 years. And one thing I especially love through my role is that at Google, when we can bring the power of technology, our platforms and channels and different areas of business, those are brought to tackle the real world problems like we are doing here today. So, and we are doing it together. That's very important in my opinion. I'm so pleased to be here and seeing all the partners in the room and contributing for the great agenda that we have here today. And with that, I want to thank you, the European University Institute and KAVI, Gulbenkian Foundation, for the partnership today, as well as KAVI, our National Audiovisual Institute, who all have played a major role to make all this happen here today. As some of you may know, European Media and Information Fund was set up by European University Institute and KAVI Gulbenkian Foundation to strengthen the fact-checking on media literacy and research on disinformation. In 2021, Google announced its inaugural contribution of 25 million euros to launch the European Media and Information Fund, And at the same time, together launched this series of events to fight misinformation online, and especially to do it together with all of our partners. So excited to see you here. So excited to see many of people dialing in the online stream. We are assembling on this topic together. And just on a personal note, for me this is very important. Like I said, I'm a proud Finn. I have had my childhood in Finland in surroundings where I always could trust the information and the news. And more importantly, my children, they are at the age of 6 and 10, are taking their first steps online as we speak. So the topic is very personal in that sense for me as well. On that note, I was very proud to see that Finland did land on the New York Times. A big shout out to teacher in Hämeenlinna, Saara Martikka, who had a great piece in New York Times on how she's taking the responsibility from the Finnish school system to educate the whole generation on how to tackle the misinformation and how to spot it online. Can't help back of tackling the tragedy of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. A year ago, from Google's standpoint, I was so proud to see so many teams at Google to jump into action across the company. People were working on information quality on Google Search, Google Maps, Google Translate. My teammates in Poland and Hungary, they were converting office space into refugee support and to be a refugee centers there. And we helped raising millions in a weekend. That's a great example on how we can help as a big tech company across the continents on helping the people that are in the need of on those moments. Simultaneously, there has been another war going on for years, where many even state-funded propagandists have taken to social media to alter the narrative, whether downplaying the severity of the attack, captioning news footage, and spreading conspiracy theories and false claims. And there is much more going on in the real world today in regarding of misinformation, which continues to escalate and present new challenges. And while Google certainly has an important role to play in fighting it, we recognize it takes a village. Tech companies, media, educators, partners, academies, experts, influencers, governments, and many more. And we need to tackle this issue effectively and together. This all here today started with a simple idea and a request from KAVI, again, National Audiovisual Institute, was approaching us to better share the content on Media Literacy Week on YouTube. We wanted to get one step further, and we wanted to find a way to help all of you and us in the world's leading misinformation experts to better collaborate and share your best practices. That's why we wanted to organize this event. You may be aware that, in fact, Google has been running a series of these European events focused on exactly this since 2021 under the banner Fighting Misinformation Online, and I'm delighted that this initiative has now come to Finland. In our previous events, we have seen a lot of interest from the misinformation community towards what Finland is doing. It may not be so visible for us Finns here present on the ground in Finland, as media education is built into so many places in our society. But it looks like we are doing something right. After all, Finland consistently ranks #1 in the world in Media Literacy Index, like Papa mentioned. We should be proud about our achievements and offer them as learnings for all the countries to benefit from. And that is one of the goals of today as well. And not just with each other, and not just in Finland, but to other organizations, experts, and educators around the world. Controlling misinformation requires efforts by many actors, like referred earlier. And we want to be an active collaborator from Google's side to fight against misinformation. We realize it cannot be done alone. So I want to address the collaboration piece here several times and also leave you with a note on what we are doing from Google's side at the moment. We are investing in fact-checking, very important piece on what we do regards Google Search, which is used by billions of users globally and by millions of Finnish citizens on a daily basis. We work with a number of independent fact-checking organizations, like Full Fact and Agence France Press, to continuously fact-check Google search results. Very important piece for us. We invest regularly to look at the search quality work. We work with external search quality raters to measure the quality of Google search results on an ongoing basis. On our platforms, we help people to find information they can trust. We can highlight authoritative information when users search for certain topics. For example, in Europe, we show information cards about the energy crisis in search that directs users to trusted sources such as International Energy Agency. We are helping media and publishers. A thriving news ecosystem matters deeply to Google and directly impacts our efforts to combat disinformation. For example, in Finland, we are investing on training Finnish media and journalists in using digital tools for fact-checking and deterring misinformation. We are investing heavily on taking down misinformation. On YouTube, we address misinformation based on our 4Rs principle. We remove content that violates our policies. We reduce the recommendations of borderline content. We raise up authoritative sources for news and information, and we reward trusted creators. That's a very important piece. In Q3 2022, which is the latest figure in my hands, we removed more than 121,000 videos for violating our misinformation policies. On the election piece, which is at the lips of many Finns at the moment, we are informing voters. In the lead-up and during the election, we link our homepage to the Finnish Election Authority and ensure that the official website is top of search results for anyone seeking information on how to vote. It's in our best interest to secure the fair and democratic election. We are campaigning to reach teens and young people. We have been recently launching an ad campaign called Hit Pause to help you to spot and evaluate misinformation and think twice before sharing. And we are supporting the experts. Google supports media literacy partner programs locally here in Finland and across Europe and across the globe. I'm also proud to say that we are supporting Save the Children with a $1 million grant from Google.org for their pan-Nordic digital citizen program, helping children to be safer online and to make the most of the digital world. I've been addressing the collaboration and can't hold back of finishing my speech on that one. Today is the first ever Fighting Misinformation Online event in Finland, a series that aims to tackle this ever important topic. We want to bring people together across the industries and nations to collaborate, to share the knowledge and debate. So please do take your part on the debate and the collaboration during the day, but also afterwards. I hope you are inspired, challenged, and most of all, find new opportunities to collaborate to better tackle this growing need. Thank you for KAVI once more for supporting this effort today, and I can't wait hearing back what a great impact we can achieve when working together. Now it's my great pleasure to wish you once more warmly welcome. Thank you to all the partners and the organizers who have made this possible, and wish you a great day, everyone, within this event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Antti Järvinen, for your inspiring words. Great to have you with us. In Finland, media literacy is seen as civic competence, important to everyone from a very early age. As Mr. Järvinen mentioned, media education is promoted in Finland by a governmental authority, the National Audiovisual Institute KAVI, with its Department for Media Education and Audiovisual Media, one of the organizers of this event. But KAVI isn't doing the work alone. One key to Finland's success in media literacy is the cooperation between different organizations and actors. The Media Literacy Week is a great example of these joint efforts. I'm very happy to introduce our next speaker, who will tell us more about the great work these organizations are doing together. Please welcome the spokesperson of the week, Mrs. Ella Airola.
you, Baba, and thank you, Antti. First of all, great Media Literacy Week for everyone. Thank you so much for Google for the opportunity to bring you the greetings of Media Literacy Week and tell you a bit about its background. My name is Ella Airola, and I have been coordinating this Media Literacy Week. My organization, National Audiovisual Institute, KAVI, has been organizing the campaign since 2012. So today we celebrate the 11th Media Literacy Week. Media Literacy Week aims to advance the media literacy skills of people of all ages, so everyone from small children to older people. In addition, it aims to support professional educators and guardians in their important media educational tasks. Although we coordinate the campaign from National Audiovisual Institute, like we already heard from the previous speaks, the Media Literacy Week is created together. This year we have 57 partner organizations from all sectors of society, from public institutions to NGOs and private companies, who have produced dozens of different materials and events from a variety of perspectives related to fostering media literacy. Google is one of the partner organizations of Media Literacy Week, has been several years already, and this event today is a great example of an event organized during Media Literacy Week. We wish that professional educators, such as early childhood educators, teachers, librarians, and youth workers, will find new ways to promote media education in their local institutions, utilizing the free resources of the campaign. The special goal of this campaign this year has been to bring widespread visibility to media education. We are excited that Media Literacy Week is being celebrated all over Finland, from the northmost Lapland to the Åland Islands. In addition, we have materials and events in at least 6 different languages: Finnish, Swedish, English, and 3 different Sami languages. Furthermore, you can find media education materials in plain Finnish language. In terms of visibility of media education, it is very important to consider accessibility and equality of media education resources. Along with the development of completely new media education resources, we have encouraged our partners to utilize and further develop previous proven ideas and give them a new life. It's not always necessary to start from the scratch. Cooperation between the partner organizations also brings strength and visibility to our important media education work. Thus, it is very great to see that there are so many media educators putting effort to this event today. Finally, it is good to reminisce how Media Literacy Week has started. It has its origins in the Europe-wide Safer Internet Day. The goal of Safer Internet Day is to build a better internet together. Last Tuesday, the Safer Internet Day had its 20th anniversary. The topic of today, Fighting Misinformation Online, is an important, constantly present topic considering the safer and better internet. It's one of the media phenomenon of our time. Although Media Literacy Week is celebrated right now, I want to remind you that media and online safety skills are important throughout the year. There are still important work to do. I wish you all a great event today.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Ella Airola, for the great job you are doing. So nice to have you with us. Yes, as we heard, the Media Literacy Week encourages schools, libraries, museums, stakeholders, youth work and other local organizations to promote media literacy in the society, and that's why we are gathered here today. And as we heard, hate speech and misinformation are the two biggest problems online now, and that's the reason why we will take a closer look on these problems and see what we can do to fight them. Our first keynote speaker brings a first-hand academic perspective into the reality of hate speech. Her research on hate speech got her to win the Academic of the Year 2022 title in Finland. Please welcome Doctor of Philosophy, Mrs. Tuija Saresma.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for inviting me to this important event to talk about hate speech. Hate speech and online hate are the topics of my current research, but I have also personal experience of being a target of hate speech online. I have been called, just to name a few, a green leftist ideologist, a stupid idiot, a feminazi, an incompetent researcher, and perhaps my favorite at this time, a gypsy-looking feminist rat. So the aim of these frequent attacks against me is, of course, to silence me and prevent me from studying and talking about hate speech. But at least so far, the attempts have failed, because here I am again, once again, talking about the dangers of hate speech and how it threatens the key values of Finnish democracy: equality, the possibility to participate in public discussion and politics regardless of one's background, and freedom of speech. I'm not sure if, okay, yeah. I always have these problems with this, so how do I move on? Okay, perfect, thank you. Okay. So in democratic societies, a broad variety of groups has representation in decision-making and political discussion. freedom of speech is a core value. In a functioning democracy, freedom of speech applies to everyone, and the participation of different groups in political activities is even desirable. Freedom of speech is defined by World Population Review, and I quote, "The right for an individual or community to express any opinions without censorship or restraint and without fear of retaliation or legal sanction. Freedom of speech is not limited to verbal communication. Rather, it also includes other forms of expression, such as written communication, social media posts, the arts, personal actions, political protests, and so on. Freedom of right is a right preserved in the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights and formally granted by the laws of most nations. But as is suggested in the World Population Review, free speech can also be taken too far. An ongoing debate, and I'm citing, exists about where to draw the line between free expression and offensive, threatening, or harmful content, particularly in the age of social media, when freedom of speech can be viewed as permission to spread damaging misinformation, bully others, and promote hate and intolerance. Concerns have arisen over whether free speech can sometimes cause more harm than good." End of quote. Be it as it may, Finland is in the top 3 countries of the world with the most freedom of speech and has a high rank in the Freedom of Press Index as well. So we Finns value reading, and as we heard, literacy is high. Besides reading fiction, half of Finns recognize the importance of reading about public discussions and debates about politics. The statistics of Finnish reading habits are, however, controversial. The number of books read has decreased, and the number of young with poor reading skills is growing, unfortunately. Besides literacy, there is a high level of trust in scientific research and universities as institutions, as well as news media. Trust in the media has been maintained with preserving a strong regional press and having our public broadcaster, Yle. Also, Finnish education system is of high quality and it reaches everyone, although the PISA results have been falling lately. High level of literacy and media literacy and trust in education and science explain in its part our success in fighting misinformation. As you all know, disinformation is defined as the deliberately disseminated, distorted, false or misleading information, whereas misinformation refers to unintentionally spreading false information. These both are common in the contemporary digitalized culture. We are living in an era of post-truth, as it's called, which means an increasing number of false news and so-called alternative facts. Behind these developments, there are firstly the technological change or revolution, and I'm referring to internet and social media, of course. And second, a trend of political polarization, particularly the rise of radical right populism. A CNN report by Elisa McIntosh, Finland is winning the war on fake news, as it's titled, introduces certain courses as a part of an anti-fake news initiative that was launched by Finland's government, and it was aimed at teaching residents, students, journalists, and politicians on how to counter false information and designed to sow division that was, tried to make, that people tried to make. And by the launch of this campaign, 2014, it was said that information warfare was moving online, And this is where the battle for information is, of course, more and more so. After setting this background, let's finally go deeper in the actual topic of my talk, and that is hate speech. Hate speech is a discursive and contextual phenomenon. It is defined differently in different times and contexts and societies, and it also depends on who is defining it, also maybe on who is experiencing it. It is unfortunately a growing phenomenon, and it is a societal problem as well as a legal issue. It has been outlined in international treaties, declarations, and legislation, and also in national legislations. Approaches to hate speech vary. For example, in the United States, there is this strong emphasis on free speech, sort of a holy thing, a constitutional right that cannot be touched in any way, versus the European understanding of hate speech as harmful and something that violates other rights, such as the right to express one's opinions and the right to protection for marginalized groups. But despite these differences, there is a commonly shared understanding that hate speech is harmful because it threatens equality, personal dignity, and security. It endangers the rights of various minorities. It endangers freedom of speech, democracy, and rule of law. But it is true that we need to really carefully compare and weigh against, weigh these violations of various rights against protection of freedom of speech. So it is really challenging to define hate speech. It may take various forms and manifestations, and it varies from insulting and disturbing speech to serious forms of cyber violence. So there's a lot of gradation on hate speech, and I would actually suggest that we would talk about hate speech as an umbrella concept or a family resemblances concept. But here are some working definitions for hate speech. In our research, we have used the concept of hate speech referring to demeaning, threatening, or stigmatizing expressions that are often based on intolerance and hatred, and that are targeted at a certain person or group of people based on their gender, sexual orientation, ethnic background, or race, so-called race. Hate speech is a gendered phenomenon. It is mostly produced by men and received by women. Hate speech has become more frequent with digitalization and the growing popularity of social media. It also coincides, as I said, with the rise of right-wing populism. Hate speech often utilizes the affective rhetoric and binary logic of populism, which constructs an us and them as hierarchic and adversarial groups. And in radical right populist rhetoric, the others become the targets of hate speech, against whom even violence is justified. And I'm now going to give an example. So in Finland, there has been research on the contents and targets of hate speech in public discourse, and those include racist hate speech and xenophobia, online misogyny, Islamophobia, homophobia, and political hatred. Also, hatred towards, for example, politicians, journalists, and public speakers has been studied. There is this interesting case study, this report by NATO's Strategic Communication Center of Excellence that is titled Abuse of Power, Coordinated Online Harassment of Finnish Government Ministers. And this report showed that there was a huge opposition against the female ministers of our current government, which is a coalition in which all 5 party leaders are women, and it's led by Prime Minister Sanna Marin of the Social Democratic Party. Online resistance to the government was and still is expressed in the form of abusive messages that included assumptions about their political inexperience and that really used explicitly sexist and misogynist language. I will now talk a bit more about our research findings. So there certainly is a strengthening tendency to silence those with different ideological positions in politics. In our research, the impact of hate speech on public decision-making, published 2019, we found that the experience of hate speech is really widespread. A third of municipal decision-makers have been targeted by hate speech because of their work, and even half of those working in the Finnish parliament had experienced hate speech because of their work. So this epitomizes how hate speech can be used deliberately as a means of political pressuring to silence individual people or a certain political view. And what also worries us as researchers is that the mere threat of hate speech diminishes political participation. So even people who have not experienced hate speech themselves think twice before they before they enter politics. And hate speech is unfortunately very, very effective. It reduces the political participation of its victims. When we look at who are the targets of hate speech, we see that women and marginalized groups, people of color, LGBTQI+, and young people are overrepresented. We see clear gender differences in experiencing or facing hate speech. For example, the respondents themselves in our research, out of those respondents, 28% of men and 42% of women had been targeted. Women also received the majority of abusive language and derogatory speech, as well as threats, and they experienced more hostility. And this is still about the 2019 research, the table there. So historically, hate speech has emerged mostly in relation to minorities and socially discriminated groups. Hate speech has played a role in maintaining the hierarchies imposed upon these groups. But today, hate speech is a central part of political discourse. It is used as a political tool to exert pressure and influence or silence the opponent. More and more hate speech is targeted against politicians, but moreover, politicians also use hate speech themselves. And when politicians use hate speech or even commit hate crimes, and we have seen that in Finland as well, it becomes especially harmful because politicians occupy an influential position and status. They have wide distribution networks. Their persona gives credibility to their message. So in this case, hate speech has multiplicative effects. So in recent years, it has become apparent that it is not only politicians, though, but also other public actors that are targets of hate speech and harassment, online harassment. Especially public officials, administrators, police, reporters, researchers, maybe also teachers, are regularly being targeted for hate speech. And this is a cause for concern because online hate has really, really negative effect on the victims or targets' emotions, both physical and psychological well-being and everyday activities. It reduces motivation, it frustrates, there's a waiver of voluntary positions of trust, and the negative effects of the family and other relationships may be unbearable even. Who then are the producers of hate speech? We investigated this in another research project funded by the government's research activities. as a collaboration between University of Jyväskylä, Tampere University, and Police University College. And I will go to the results that we got there, because I think that there's not so much time left. So very briefly, we did some network analysis based on computer-assisted classification. And if you're interested in these results, you can read this research online. You'll find it easily there. And that one. And very briefly, the discussion forum Suomi 24 and Twitter are the platforms where slurs are most prominent. And it was also interesting to see that the relevance of specifically Finnish platforms seems to be diminishing as the international social media giants gain more and more popularity. Of course, we don't know what's happening to Twitter now, but let's see. So our comparative examination of different actors that produce hate speech was based on internet ethnography, and it was conducted on various Finnish websites. And based on this ethnographic work, we found that there are different kinds of hate speech on various platforms, but it is often very gendered. And we found these three groups: the ideologically motivated, the emotionally motivated, and the performatively motivated hate speech producers. The ideologically motivated producers use hate speech as a form of political activism. This is a small group, but it's very powerful. And its prime motive is to strengthen one's own ideological position and silence and weaken the opposition. And these actors are organized to accelerate online discourses to produce polarization. So political hate speech is really used as a political tool and a strategy. The emotionally motivated producers of hate speech are the most common group, and these are sort of the casual users of internet. And they have, for example, message board accounts, anonymous Twitter accounts, and so on. And they are really easily manipulated by these ideologically motivated producers. And the third group, the performatively motivated hate speech producers, have this intent to provoke others or empower oneself. So these motives are related to trolling, for example. So individuals can produce hate speech without clear ideology, but they may also be organized and use hate speech strategically. Yeah, so I'm about to wrap up now. So hate speech is an increasingly significant part of digitalized everyday life, which is connected to polarized political and societal discussion. It affects everyone, whether we want it or not. It is a multifaceted and complex phenomenon. There are different actors, it is directed at different audiences, it manifests in different environments and platforms. And I have actually suggested that we could talk about hate speech as a new form of violence, as digital violence, that is an integral part of the chain of violence that links intimate violence, violent societal structures, and ideological and political violence. Yeah. Maybe I'll just go to the last slide then. So hate speech online has negative consequences for both individuals and the whole society. It affects public discussion and communication in general. It threatens political participation and the work of professionals, for example, in the fields of law, security, and education. I hope to have demonstrated how hate speech threatens participants and aims at restricting social inclusion. It decreases a sense of equality, humanity, and a sense of community, and declines public morals. It threatens trust that is needed to maintaining democracy. So hate speech must be taken seriously as a harmful cultural practice that affects political discussion, decreases solidarity, and erodes democracy. Online platforms are active guardians of rights and public values, but also hosts for hate speech. They are actively forming our social and online realities. We need them to take responsibility here. Yet the solution for resisting hate speech are not only connected to increased moderation of social media, but we also need to increase dialogue and decrease polarization. And we need to think how to avoid getting provoked and how to analyze messages critically and to recognize mis and disinformation. And this is, of course, where media literacies come in handy. To end my talk on a more positive note, I just wanted to say what actually has been said here before, that you are not alone, we are not alone. The vast majority of citizens see that hate speech and mis and disinformation are threats and want to tackle them. And I believe that as long as we take online hate and misinformation seriously, we will find ways to resist them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, can you stay on the stage for a while, because we have a couple of questions before we let you go.
Okay.
Thank you for bringing up the newest achievements in science. Very nice to have you. First of all, which are the best ways to protect oneself against hate speech? What have you done yourself?
I think that the best way is to share how you feel, and even share, as I did, I shared with you some of the slurs that I've been called, because then you can see that you are not alone in that situation either, because very many women feminists get this really similar kind of response, or kind of, so we know that it's not me in person, but it's me as a woman speaking publicly about these things that people don't want me to talk about, so it's not personal, and then it gets easier to bear, sort of.
And easier to laugh to them.
Yes, laughing is a very good method, yes.
Yes, of course. Given the election this spring in Finland, what are the most important actions to take right now? What can we do to fight hate speech against public decision makers in order to protect democracy?
I wish I knew. But I think that what has been done lately is that hate speech has been taken seriously, and the kind of leaders, the political actors, have really stated that it's not acceptable. So that is a kind of we need to have this kind of value-laden comments from the leaders of our country that they don't accept this. I think that's, and also like all the organizations need to be there for the victims or the targets of hate speech, so they don't feel that they are alone.
That's so true. Do you have any advices for the audience how to fight misinformation and hate speech?
I think what has been challenging for me is that do not get provoked.
Yeah.
That's one thing. Be analytic, read carefully, and don't share before you think, and all that kind of. So basically the things that we do when we study media literacies. Yeah.
It's very, very important. Thank you so much, Mrs. Tuija Saresma, for the very important message you bring to this event. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will have a panel discussion about what other countries can learn on media literacy from Finland. But before that, we are going to have a short 10 minutes break. You can take some coffee and stretch your legs, but please be sure to be back soon, because we will continue 10:30. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, program starts in 1 minute.
Welcome back. I hope you're feeling good and comfortable, because now we will continue to fight misinformation online by looking at what Finland has uncovered and what other countries can learn on media literacy from Finland. As you see, we have a great panel sitting here, ready and eager to share their knowledge with you. May I introduce to you Krista Pruski from Mediakasvatusseura, Anne Leppäjärvi from Haaga-Helia, Mikko Salo from Faktabaari, and Tiffany Smiley from the Economist Education Foundation. Welcome to you all.
Thank you.
Let's start the discussion by finding out a little more about you and your organizations. Krista Pruski, what can you tell about Mediakasvatusseura, the Finnish Society of Media Education that you represent?
Well, we are a small organization, NGO, working on media literacy or enhancing media literacy skills, especially with children and youth, and the educators and professionals working with the youth and children. But I think that the main thing is to become a citizen that can work within the society, having these skills and also digital well-being skills, so that they can be active citizens and maybe also, have their own opinions heard and seen in the society. So that's the main thing. But we produce materials, trainings, we attend seminars like this, and the themes are, very varied. But critical thinking is very important, and maybe my first tip is to be critical why we are here today and what we're doing here today, why this seminar is being held, for example. Those kind of things we think.
Sounds great. What is the thing that makes you most worried according to media literacy right now?
Well, as the previous speaker said, hate speech is one thing, cyberbullying is one thing, but then there are many other aspects to data protection, for example. Where is the data going, what we are constantly giving online? That is a huge issue, as we probably all know. Also the kind of how to interpret things, what we see online, or how we use media, how we produce media. So many different aspects, really.
Yes, we will talk more about these problems later. Anne Leppäjärvi, you are a media educator and journalism degree director at Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences. What can you tell about the role of Finnish press and universities in the ecosystem of media literacy?
Well, much, but maybe I will start by saying that when I'm educating future journalists, I think that they must be the first one who have great media literacy, and also that they understand the power they are having when they are doing the journalism, but also to understand what kind of other players there are in the same media landscape, and kind of be really aware of how people are taking, analyzing the information and data, and so this is I think that, also journalism education has really changed after this disorder we have in the media landscape and information landscape.
What are you most worried about?
Well, maybe I'm most worried about how kind of well-being of people, because as you said in the first lines, that of course media literacy is a civics competence, but it's also so much to do how people are dealing with their lives, because we are so mediated, and so every decision we are making, it's we have lots of the information from media. So I would like it to be a good thing and not something that lead us for bad decisions or having bad feelings. So maybe the idea that people should take more responsibility of their own media literacy.
Yes, indeed. Mikko Salo, Faktabaari is a Finnish fact-checking and digital information literacy service. What can you tell about your work, and what have you learned about fact-checking since you started in 2014? Has it changed a lot?
Yeah, a lot of things have changed since 2014. Those were the let's say the still easy days in Finland. We were kind of keeping a kind of threat for the politicians to keep it more or less like keep it in the facts, have a fact-based debate and all that. Ever since, with the growth of the online world and the platforms related misinformation campaigns and that one, it has evolved a lot. And what we have learned from fact-checking, that it probably works best as a method. It's like fact-checking is part of investigative journalism. It practically like gives you a wonderful approach to online content. But what we have learned as a fact-checker is that the online world is completely run by emotions. So that's more like an antidote to the entertainment thing. But on serious things, what we have been fact-checking, for example, elections, it's super important to kind of just like keep cool and stop, think, and check. And that's why we have now focused more and more on, while doing fact-checking, explaining how it's done. We are also provided a couple of guides that I will refer. I don't know, I'm going to have them on the screen, at least for the online audience, but on digital information literacy and voter literacy that was quoted by CNN as well. But basically the idea is that we try to, as a small NGO, catalyze, we try to use the multipliers like the teachers and librarians to pave the world, to spread the word and get people curious on online and what is really happening. And something we are really bringing in on as well, just like on the fact-checking, that how our online world is really run and how it's financed, and practically we are working in the marketing-based algorithm, also the news world at the moment, at least for the young ones. And now when we are in the event sponsored by world's biggest marketing organization, I think it's very good to have the dialogue on this one. But,
yes,
and
but important, of course.
Yes.
What are you worried about most? Is it AI?
What the business logics of the online world brings to us, and especially during the elections. When we are just entertaining ourselves online, it's perfectly fine. People want to get what they I mean, they want to get it easy, and that's where the platforms are really good. But the same logics works for the elections and all that, and that can be very easily misused as well. Well, if you learn something as a fact checker, you can kind of, it's all about ethics.
Yes.
It's like you can use the skills to manipulate you, or you can use the skills to kind of empower the young people, especially to think about the information ecosystems they are.
Great. Tiffany Smiley, you are the Chief Program Officer at the Economist Educational Foundation. You have an international view on media literacy, and have experience from both the UK and the US on media literacy work. What is your opinion on the media literacy work done internationally?
Great, thank you. And firstly, I'm not going to claim that I am the expert on global media literacy by any means, but our program is called Topical Talk, and it's used by around 5,000 teachers and educators globally. And we have a real focus on communities of education in the US and the UK. So I can share my small insights into those spaces. And I'm going to break my thoughts down into 3 categories. They all begin with C. I used to be a literature teacher, so I'm a sucker for alliteration. And those categories are commitment, collaboration, and content. And I think those are 3 key ingredients for great media literacy. And we see some areas where people are doing good globally and some challenges maybe that we see across all areas. So in terms of commitment, so we believe we need a commitment to varied and regular action around media literacy. And we are starting to see some legislation around media literacy and a real spotlight on it in the UK and the US. So in the UK, we currently have an online safety bill going through Parliament, and our Department for Culture, Media and Sport have an online media literacy strategy and some funding attached to that, which is fantastic. And in the US, ever since the 6th of January insurgency, you can imagine that there's been a real spotlight on media literacy there. But there are some problems around commitment. It's not compulsory in lots of curricula around the world. 9 out of 10 teachers in England really want it to be compulsory in the curriculum, but it currently isn't. So actually, only half of teachers report any media literacy being taught in their schools. And it's usually in a very isolated, one-off lesson as a tick box activity. And also, the most vulnerable people that need to be reached aren't necessarily being reached. So only 4% of media literacy strategies and programs in the UK are directed towards people from disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds. And we know people from those backgrounds are more vulnerable to misinformation and less likely to have media literacy skills. My second C was collaboration. So I'm sure we'll all agree that we need collaboration across government departments, educational subjects, and organizations to have a really cohesive approach. And there are some fantastic networks. It sounds like you have some awesome networks. We have some too in the UK and the US of charities, educators, academics. For example, we have the News Literacy Network in the UK. But different government departments are often not talking to each other enough, and there's a real focus on online harms and that area within governments as opposed to supporting individuals and empowering them to develop skills. And in schools, collaboration across subjects is also very difficult in the UK. So teachers are so squeezed in their subjects to get through their content and their curriculum that there's very little space to explore the cross-curricular benefits of media literacy skills. So we often have maths teachers saying, oh, this isn't really relevant to my subject, but you know, there could be a fantastic lesson in maths looking at the base rate fallacy in COVID vaccination statistics, for example, but there's no space to think about that. And my final one is content. So we need the resources, tools, and then access for individuals, especially teachers, to engage with them. So excellent sites around fact-checking, but teaching resources as well. Problems, challenges, often people aren't aware of these tools. They exist, but there's no ecosystem to show them where they are. And I think we don't go young enough with them. So people are often surprised that we create resources for 9-year-olds and up, but we heard Ante say earlier, was it his 6- and 10-year-old are having their first steps into the online world? Yes. Many schools, especially in the US, outright ban these platforms at schools. So it's very hard to teach students to use them efficiently if they can't access them in schools. And one extra thing on the US there is some states now actually ban teaching the news or politics discussions at all, which makes media literacy discussions very hard. So sort of a quick summary of some of the good and the bad that I've seen.
Yes, sounds very interesting. Thank you so much. Nice to have you with us today. In this panel, we strive to give an overview of the Finnish media literacy ecosystem and to discuss the best practices, and of course also about the potential sharing these practices abroad. Now we heard what you are doing. Let's then find out what other things Finland is doing well. Who wants to start? Why is Finland doing so well in the Media Literacy Index? What do you think? Mikko.
I think I know the index, and I've read and I know the author. It measures the things that we are strong. Let's put it that way. It measures still the quality of journalism, at least this far. It's been good. It doesn't look extremely well from the financial point. Once again, linked to the platform world. It measures, of course, the education level, and it measures this kind of a trust indicators that we are doing one very well, and that's part of, let's say, the Nordic approach. We really trust each other in here, and that's what, at the same time, makes us pretty vulnerable. But it measures the right things for us, and of course, it's a good symbol for a current situation. But the world is going so much further, so we have to really develop a lot as well.
Yes, that's true. We increasingly meet young people with a skeptical attitude toward journalists. Have you noticed this attitude?
Yeah, and it really has changed. I think when I was a young journalist, there of course was something, and I think it's only healthy that there is critics towards journalism. But now it's more like really an issue of trust. And also, Tuija Saresma was talking about this trust issue. And if we are really relying on the trust between people in Finland when it comes to media literacy, as Mikko also said, it's something that we all need to protect and find the ways how also in social media, how we are doing it there. Because now the hate speech, for example, it's just, it's a weapon against trust, and it's trying us to think others and us kind of thinking. Nordic countries, we are talking about this welfare state, but there's also this concept of media welfare state. And I would really, really much like us to be model of the how to support and defend trust as citizens when it comes to media, and also the open society conversations. And I think that in journalism education we need to really much think about this commitment thing when it comes to audience. You were talking about teachers, but the commitment that why would people want to have journalism in their life? There are these researches that some of them are avoiding news. And the one reason is that they don't feel that the journalism like they see represent them. So I think that if you would like to think what is a media welfare state, it is a place where people different kind of groups can feel that they are represented in media, and also that they are part of the conversation in media.
Yes. So Finland is still a media welfare state. Tiffany, is this a thing that makes Finland so good in the Media Literacy Index? What do you think?
I used to be a teacher, as I've said, and we always, when in education, we always used to be importing strategies in education from Finland, because you're also always at the top of the list there. And what we found when I brought them into schools I taught at was that you can take the exact strategies and try and plonk them in, but unless you have the system around it, and kind of the various organizations feeding in, it's not going to work. And that starts from a really young age and across lots of different areas. And I think what I'm hearing from several of you already is this idea of the relationship of an individual to systems or to the media, and that's at the core of getting great media literacy. So individuals having trust in the media and feeling represented, but also those systems trusting individuals to make good choices or think critically. And I think that's maybe what's happening well here.
Yes. What do you think, Krista Pruski? You are representing the Finnish Society of Media Education.
Yes, and we do think about these things daily.
Yes.
Well, first of all, Finland has a very long tradition with media education, like from the 50s already. So that is one asset we do have. it's also embedded in the curriculums from the early childhood onwards. And it's talked about now as a skill all the people should have from 0 to 100-year-olds. So we kind of recognize that. But at the same time, we can't do it on our own, or just to put it on the teachers, or one or our organization. Everybody has to work on that, and it has to include the governments. So to say that Finland is doing well, we can't give like one trick and say this is it, because it is a whole society's thing. So it's the governments, it's the tech companies, it's regulations, what we have or will have, EU. So it has many different levels that has to be taken into account in order to work. So as you said, that you can't just take it and put it into another country. It's just not going to happen. So,
Mikko?
No, I was more wondering, are we already for lessons learned? So definitely on starting very early. And I mean, nowadays it's starting before you get this one and the different apps. And what we do right is that we have very well, we invest in education, at least the education level of teacher training this for. So the teachers are very highly educated. They have at least been very motivated, but they are struggling with their efforts and the pressure that is coming from all sides. Of course, everybody wants to lean on that one. And that's why, for example, we try to provide them some help. But they need very easily made materials in schools for doing that one. And then we need the kind of supportive structures for that one. In Finland, it could be, we still have relatively well-functioning library system that has a lot of potential. I think in this type of situation, whatever I think about the commercial media policies, to have a public broadcaster is a huge asset in this type of market failure era, where it's part of the Yle mandate as well to help out, because they can still reach a lot of audiences like we don't have as such, for example.
Anne?
Well, maybe our challenge in Finland is that we think we are so good, and we are always told that we are so good, and always when I'm abroad, I've been asked, how do you do it? And then it's like Tiffany said, it's about structures. So you cannot kind of just put some nice ways to teach there. And so more and more, I think that media literacy is really a civics thing.
Yes.
And this active citizenship might mean, I think it means, that media literacy must be something active also from the individual's part. That when we see something that we don't believe, or we think it hate speech, or something that we don't want to see in our media landscape, we as individuals also need to act. It's not activism, it's kind of a neutral thing to do, to act if you are an active citizen. And because the structure can be also very easily broken, as we have seen, for example, in Hungary. 12 years ago, they were they had 8th place in this press freedom index, which also was one of the things we were measured to have so good media literacy. And now they are on it was 92 the place.
12 years.
Yeah, so it can be really, really easily broken if they are very active people to broke it. So we need to also actively protect.
Yeah,
and prevent.
Yeah,
true. Very, very important, of course. And the media landscape is changing very fast at the moment. So it's a process that you have always to reboot yourself and your thinking and your attitudes to understand what's actually is happening.
And you cannot control it.
No, you can't.
And I think that's where really focusing on skills development is important, because the platforms, the ways that information is being received is ever changing. So of course it's important to imbue the knowledge around that and specific techniques to engage with that. But actually it's the skills of critical thinking, of problem solving, creative thinking, communication, that if we teach them effectively, they should be applicable to the changing landscape.
Yeah, that's so true. So let's take a round. Is there anything in Finland we could do better? Because there's always something we could do better. So what could we do better?
Yes, we can do many things better. We are not perfect in no means. So I think, as mentioned before, that the curriculums have the multiliteracy written in and all that, but it doesn't mean that it's been studied in the universities by the teachers or people studying become teachers. So all those kind of avenues where you can learn as a professional or as an educator or youth worker, you know, they need to learn about these things. But at the same time, as I said, it's not only their job. It's the family's job. It's a job of the governments to give funding or new policies, think about it more actively. And the tech companies also to kind of take their responsibility in this, because people have created the whole of this realm, so we can, you know, or we have to learn to navigate in it, and not one individual can do that. So I think there's still a lot of things we can do. Maybe one thing I would like to say also, that there's been a lot of talk about the basic literacy skills, especially here in Finland, that it's going down. And it seems a little bit that it's been kind of the basic literacy skills against the media literacy skills, which is kind of a wrong way to do it, or wrong way to think about it, or the digitalization, because that can be a good thing for us as well, not only a bad thing. It has definitely problems as well, but I think good basic literacy skills is the base for all of the media literacy skills.
Well, maybe two things. I would like us to create an atmosphere that we would like to mind other people's business, kind of, because we are, as Finns, we might be too quiet when somebody is getting hate speech, for example, in social media. So I would like us to be more active, and as I said, not in the way, the activist way, but it's normal to really say something if there's happening something we don't want. So this activeness is one thing. And then I think in Finnish the word critical its connotation is quite negative. I don't know how it's in other languages, but I would like us to speak about healthy, being in a healthy way critical. Because if you are only critical, then we are already back in the trust issue, that you don't trust anything.
Yes,
so
that's so true.
To work your way in media in a way that you know something about your sources, and also to have that literacy and good general education, that you can compare information. And because it's not that you can only verify some fact, you need to verify the context and why I'm told these things. So I understand that I can have a control a bit, and I don't have to be critical towards everything, but I need to work my way.
Mikko?
I think we are quite in a hurry, especially for the young people, to kind of understand the information ecosystem they are, the environment they are, and to really go for the sourced material, something that we call quality, but at least like it's based on something. We know that now the ChatGPTs are coming and they're creating a world that is not based on anything. It's just, masses of data, but not really what is it based on. So that's kind of somehow a dystopia. It's of course very fascinating and all. It can be used for some creative things, but for real stuff. But I mean, in like Nordic countries where we have the institution, probably elsewhere as well, empower the functioning institutions like schools, libraries, this type of things, a public broadcaster in Finnish cases. Then I think we have a golden opportunity with the EU legislation coming into force now, and really it should be implemented, because it's a very nice promises, but how to implement it, because it really puts some limits for the, I mean, real regulative limits, not just self-regulation with the big tech companies that practically rule the information ecosystem at the moment. And in order to be doing then some really critical, curious-driven thing, we need really independent funding for a diversity of content. And one of my fears is that, for example, media literacy, really on the big scale, on the EU level, is giving to the platform companies to do. They are good in some parts of it, but they will never address the critical parts of it.
That's so true. Tiffany Smiley, now when you heard about the Finnish system, you said that you can not copy the model right away, but is there anything you could think about that we could export to other countries, something that other countries could pick up from Finland?
Yeah, well, I definitely think the sort of skills focus and sort of bringing that in from a curriculum perspective. Critical thinking's been mentioned by all of us, and this idea of encouraging curiosity. So I think that that's one thing that can be started very young. Embedding as a mandate into curriculum, I think, is essential, whether that is just understanding that that can be cross-curricular. You know, we think media literacy is modern literacy, but I think that's definitely needing to happen. The idea of teacher training and teacher support, so both creating the space for them, but they might have access to lots of content, but how to use that, how to have student-led discussions about these quite complex issues in the classroom. I think that's a really important one. Going young, as I've agreed on already. And this idea of active, so taking action and giving autonomy to young people as well. So to feel like they're making the decisions and upskilling themselves. So, and as a final point, I agree on the funding thing as well. I think I've observed everywhere that funding is an issue, and it can often get in the way of collaboration because lots of organizations are competing for the same funding in an extremely underfunded area.
Yeah, so it's very important, of course. Mikko Salo, your associate, Kari Kivinen has exported the Finnish model to schools in Uganda. What have you learned on?
I actually just fact-checked it with Kari.
Okay, good.
I'm not aware of that. I know that Kari has been doing some kind of awareness-raising work and what we can with our resources in Asian countries especially.
Okay.
But our efforts have been still with these resources more in the Nordic scale. We have an EDMO hub that EDMO will be discussed or was discussed earlier, called Nordis, where we have piloted this digital information literacy, and Kari has been a kind of a #1 spokesperson for that one as a teacher and with a research background as well, and an independent actor next to Faktabari, of course. But so people are really interested on making the link with the digital information literacy to the democracy questions, because this is what is at stake when we see what is happening around us. This is not anymore the kind of nice thing that we started and in all that. So it's a really critical thing, and there is a lot of big talks on media literacy, but really to get it serious and all the actors are needed, but with a good, let's say, how would I say, firewalls, so that everybody knows what they are good at.
And now we see how important it is to have a fact checker even here.
Yeah.
Thank you. So are there any factors preventing the model to be scaled further, do you think?
I think we touched the funding point.
Yeah, the funding, of course, but anything else? Tiffany?
Maybe not directly answering your question, but as you've mentioned Uganda, I think that often people are looking quite individually at whether it's their community or their nation or their legislation. And I think one thing that's difficult to expand is collaborating across borders and bringing different perspectives in, both for young people or individuals, to see different perspectives on the same stories in the news, where, you know, hearing different voices and learning from different people as well. I think there's a real barrier there in sharing across borders and spaces.
Yes, Anne.
Yes, it's so kind of funny that when I'm teaching critical thinking, so every time the in the group there is plenty of people that don't need that, but other people needs it. So maybe all of us think that we know these things, but other people should be more critical and use more time for learn those skills. And then it makes me just think that it's about skills, but it's about awareness that how a human head really works, how we receive information, because all of us are really vulnerable when it comes to information because of emotions, but also because values. We want to believe, we really want to believe in some things, so it's really hard to believe in something which we don't kind of think that we want it to be like that. So this is also what I mean when I'm talking about this active and taking responsibility of your own media literacy, that also be ready to think why I am thinking what I'm thinking.
That's so true. Do we have any questions from the audience? And by the way, you can raise your hand if you want to comment or ask any questions. Yes, we have one. Can you please bring the microphone to the lady in the second row here on the right side, please? And if you want to send any questions online, you can do that as well in the chat here under this square. So feel free to ask and comment. Here we go.
Yeah. Hello. So my question would refer to the power of having registered identity. Do you think this would solve the issue? And I'm coming from, for example, in the past, in the EU, for sure, we were thinking about federated identities. So from all EU states becoming like choosing one identity, which would be the only source to connect to different systems, digital systems. So what do you think about that? Would be a solution?
Mikko.
So you mean like if people would be authentically, for example, online, so that it knows that it's Mikko now taking this one and not just anonymously. I think it would be at least educationally very good, so that you are responsible what you are saying. I don't know, there has been some studies that in countries where it's really polarized, people don't care anymore. But I think in Finland it still has an effect, and it gives you the kind of at least I think it's necessary you stand what you are saying, and you are accountable what you are doing. We should be all accountable what we are doing, and as such, I think it's a step towards the right direction with the first site.
Tiffany.
I think you want to be a little bit careful there, maybe in a nation or an area where there is a lot of freedom of the press. You might feel like that makes sense, but we had the example of Hungary slipping down a system, and actually anonymity is very important in some nations where there are groups of people that are discriminated against. So I'd be careful on that.
Yeah, I would specify that this works in democratic circumstances. In other contexts, it's of course completely, and this is you have to kind of balance it towards the context.
Anne.
Well, I'm with Tiffany here, but I'm also with Mikko. In the ideal world, it would be great that we all will talk as Papa and Anne, but that's so true that we will then make it even more hard in those countries.
As we heard earlier today, cooperation between different organizations and actors plays a very important role in the work done here in Finland. As a last question, I would like to ask, how do you interact together? How does this collaboration looks like in Finland, and what can we learn about that? Krista?
I think we are lucky in Finland in that sense that we do have the National Audiovisual Institute, for example, who is part of this program as well. And they have done, for example, this media literacy policy within or with the field of different actors. So we do collaborate a lot. It is our strength. It's impossible to do this work just on your own. So it can be some projects or fundings or coming to seminars to talk or whatever, but it is important to do that.
You talked about collaboration earlier, Tiffany. Is there something we could...
I think we're all learning around collaboration, but I mean, for example, just offering opportunities as well, and sort of all coming together with this sort of one vision. So, the reason I'm here is because, our organization has friends at Google in the UK, and someone said, oh, can someone come along and speak? And now I have this opportunity to hear really great ideas today that I can now bring back and hopefully use in our systems. So I think it's really about being open to conversations and bringing people into them.
Not only in the country, but EU-wise and worldwide. Yeah, of course. Mikko?
I think, yes, we have the kind of good structures for that, but at the moment we have already now gathered a couple of times to really see where the world is going, because it's going so fast, and try to come up, and that's where for example, University of Helsinki has helped us to put together, Sitra has put us together, so to say, and really to understand what are the future skills that are needed, and that would be important. And of course, to cooperate, it makes sense if we have the resources to do something bigger. And I think that's, for example, the role for the Googles and give the visibility for the independent media literacy, information literacy content. I think that's where it started. I mean, for example, this seminar, to give visibility for our videos. I mean, that don't trend without us paying for the Google. So now this type of thing is important. But outside that, for example, of course, the Media Literacy Week we are living now is probably the demonstration and one of the longest tradition in Europe on that one.
Anne?
I could only add maybe that to see it really kind of have the perspective that we need to support the structure. So it's not only about how we are dealing with media literacy and how literated people are, but all those people that are doing work for the structure are kind of also working for media literacy. I'm thinking that when we are now having a project in inclusive journalism, we are really supporting media literacy, because then we are doing journalism that so many people more, I hope, will feel that they are represented there.
So trust is important, media, taking care of the media welfare state is very, very important. Collaboration is important. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and experience. We really appreciate your insights. Thank you for your time. And now we are going to continue. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Yes, now when we learned about good practices in Finland, we will be continuing by presenting 4 existing successful media literacy programs from Finland, Sweden and Belgium. The goal of this round is to inspire other countries to copy these practices. Each program representative has been given 10 minutes to present their program, and after that we will have a short panel together. We will start immediately. The first presentation is about mobile stories from Sweden. Mrs. Jenny Sköld, the stage is yours. Welcome.
Okay. I'm so happy to be invited to tell you about our initiative, Mobile Stories. My name is Jenny Sköld, and I'm the co-founder of Mobile Stories. Fighting disinformation can not only be about fact-checking and debunking. We must also tackle the more long-term and complex task of rebuilding trust, as earlier mentioned, in our societies. And engaging young people from all walks of life to the democratic conversation plays a very important role here. And this insight gave me and my colleague Lotta Bergstedt the idea of Mobile Stories, which is a publishing tool supporting students to be trustworthy citizen journalists with the audience outside school. And it was when working as a reporter and a photographer in the early 2010s that we noticed that something was changing around us. We increasingly met young people with a distrust of journalists. Nobody cares what I think was something that we often got to hear from young people. At the same time, we saw the growing challenges with conspiracy theories and disinformation online. And we also realized that our skill sets as journalists could be used by everyone sharing and producing content online. So we wanted to transfer these skills in a pedagogical, educating tool to be used in schools. So how does it work? By using mobile stories, you understand how the media work and how journalistic content is created while developing a piece of story. Through the process, you receive tips from journalists and other experts, and you are reminded about fact-checking, about laws online, and journalistic codes of ethics. And you can also be invited to peer review other students' work and join forces with others to co-create articles. After the teacher's mandatory approval, the students can choose to publish their work on mobilestories.se. We are now having a project actually in Finland, Vasa övningsskola, as a first step of a planned scaling journey. And in the near future, it will be possible to use our tool in English and to publish student stories on the international platform mobilestories.com. Our service must be, of course, adapted to the reality that young people live in today. So we have plans to integrate AI, for example. We have a little buddy called Trusty, as you can see here, a meerkat. With AI, he will be able to give more tailored help to students and also free time for their teachers. And here's some numbers, mobile stories by the numbers. We have reached 10,200 students in the last 3 years. They have published more than 900 stories, videos, podcasts, and opinion pieces. And we reached 94 schools. 85% of the teachers in the survey we made this autumn developed their digital skills through mobile stories. And 93% of the students working with mobile stories developed their media literacy. And also 92% of the teachers in the same study said that mobile stories was engaging to their students. And the articles are very important contributions to the democratic discourse. In a Google.org funded project, Mobile Stories collaborate with the children's rights strategist in the city of Malmö to empower young voices in the area. In the project, articles are produced in close collaboration with the municipality, with the teachers, and with the school. And let's listen to what Mohammed 13 has to say about bullying.
Varför ska man retas? Att tycka att någon är full eller dålig på någonting, det får man hålla för sig själv. Men att mobba någon, det är absolut inte okej. Du måste sätta stopp för mobbning. För att de som blir mobbade, barn eller vuxna, blir väldigt sårade. För det första, om någon blir mobbad av en person så kommer den senare bli mobbad av flera personer. Den här personen kommer påverkas på ett dåligt sätt. Till exempel, om det är en elev så kommer elevens omdömen att sänkas. Jag har själv blivit påverkad av mobbning. Jag har känt hur det är att vara mobbad. Och det känns inte alls bra. Jag påverkades på ett dåligt sätt och mina omdömen sänktes.
And Mohammed's story has gotten a lot of attention in Sweden, and he was actually invited to the biggest TV morning show in Sweden to talk about his experiences and also to give some advice on how to prevent bullying in schools. It feels great to write a text that can change other people's lives. With the help from my teacher, we have managed to get that text heard by many others, he says in the interview. He also says that he wants to continue to address bad things, negative things in society and make a difference. And in interviews, we have seen that other participants in the project feel the same. They feel that they have been taken seriously and that they want to continue writing articles to make an impact. In the opinion piece, Listen to Us, kids in Rosengård, Malmö, they tell us about their experiences, about how they feel about the local media's negative reporting about their school and their area. And this is an experience that they share with a lot of other young people in similar areas in Sweden. Their article was reverberated in the community, and they were invited to the Teachers Training College to talk about their article and also to read the article in a culture festival in Malmö. And actually, in the beginning of this week, their story was published in the largest newspaper in Sweden, Aftonbladet, as the winning contribution in the Young Journalist Award. And the Young Journalist Award is a collaboration between Mobile Stories, Mediekompass, and Aftonbladet. And apart from getting their story published, they also win a cash prize, and they get to elaborate their views in an interview in Aftonbladet. And Mobile Stories have similar collaborations with local newspapers, and by engaging local news media, local politicians, and schools, Mobile Stories helps to build bridges in the local society. And here are some quotes about Mobile Stories. It felt good to show that young people and children can express themselves in the same way that adults can. Swedish as a subject becomes more authentic when they preview their story and see how professional it looks. They grow as individuals and realize they are capable of much more than they thought. The students who have come so far as to publish their text have felt pride in what they have done, something many have not felt in the subject of Swedish before.
We are running out of time.
Yeah, that was my last key takeaways.
Great, take it step by step, help students find their own driving force and make sure.
Sorry.
Sure.
It was gone.
I didn't see the last one.
Maybe you catch a few of them.
Yes. Please, you can sit down here and we take the next one. Thank you a lot,
Is this
Jenny. Next up is SAK from Finland, Mr. Kim Katanen. Welcome, here you go. Thank you. Thank you. Here. And the time starts now.
Hey everyone, I'm from SkillPlus. It's a digital skills program for workers, which obviously relates also to media literacy. So this is us. I'm from actually TSL, we're the Workers' Educational Association here in Finland. And we've been funded by google.org in our project. And SAK is actually one of our leading partners, knowing the employees, the workers of this fine country. They represent over 800,000 employees and workers, so they've shared a lot of wisdom for us in this project. We also have a collection of trade union partners in this project, starting from manufacturing, service, transportation, also construction industry, and Saarinen Consulting also sharing wisdom about these workers and these employees they can reach. So we identified a problem with Google and SAK. Thousands of hard-to-reach workers lack basic digital skills. And this limits their ability to do their jobs, but also their job opportunities. If you think about a construction worker these days, you can use your smartphone, you can use a mobile app to order materials to construction sites straight from the hardware store. You do not need to run everything by your supervisor anymore. So you need these basic digital skills to not be handheld by your colleagues today. So our solution, create a training program, teach these digital skills to workers, and partner up with trade unions because they can reach the workers so very well. Trade unions are impressive because they have a network of head shop stewards working in numerous different companies, already knowing the employers, knowing the workers, know what the workers need, so they could help us to pitch the idea to the workplace. Hey, would you like to learn digital skills? Also, they can reach workers multiple different other ways. Of course, they have social media, they have magazines, events, newsletters, so on and so forth. So these are the most popular modules we taught, and I've highlighted the ones that relate very closely to media literacy. The program itself lasted 8 hours, usually during one day, and we chose 3 to 4 modules to fill that one day. And the most popular modules are the ones listed here. We also had other ones, for example, to social media, but we kept coming back to these ones. That's why we're highlighting them. Information security, you could also say cybersecurity, very important topic today for workers. You might have bumped into stats from IBM that it costs over 3 million euros if there's a data breach at a company, or even over 8 million euros if it happens in the States. Artificial intelligence, we know these days, ChatGPT, popular topic. There's many ways to generate tons of content that might not necessarily be true, or you can manipulate videos, manipulate photos, on top of all the great things AI can do. And we covered these kind of topics as well with workers. The training program was carried over 3 different ways: in person, remotely using video conferencing tools, and also finally independently using an online course website. Here's a picture of yours truly teaching on a video. Here's some stats. So we trained 700 workers and counting. I say counting because the online course website still keeps attracting people to join in the program. And as you can see, people really like the content, the training. They felt that most felt that their job opportunities have been improved by the training program. And great to hear that 97% were still employed 6 months after the training program, which is important because a chunk of this happened in the middle of COVID crisis. And we were able to spark up interest towards learning digital skills also in the future, of course also related to media literacy. 69 had already continued learning digital skills independently within 6 months of the program. What have we learned? Well, media literacy is very important to workers. You have to understand what's happening around you at the workplace, in your industry, in the society. Also, we learned that you have to know how to walk before you can run. So critical literacy is some kind of I could say a pinnacle of media literacy, but we have to understand with workers, manual labor, of course, we noticed not all were comfortable reading tons of content, comparing different sources. And people might even have challenges understanding and applying information before they can do actual critical literacy or critical reading. It doesn't apply, of course, to everyone, but to a significant chunk. And also, related to media literacy, we learned that workers also need to have digital skills, basic digital skills, because, again, a lot of this information, media happens online. You have to be sure that you keep yourself, people around you safe, for example, with the techniques that cybersecurity teaches us. And if you know what AI is, what it isn't, you know that it's not, for example, Terminator. It's also something that, as our students kept saying, oh, it must be Terminator. You can also understand that it's here, it's in search engines, it's on social media, also personalizing content for us, helping us find valuable content. But also it can be used, as mentioned, to manipulate content, create 50 articles with maybe intentionally inaccurate information, scatter it to numerous different websites, and make it seem like this information is true. So knowing technology shows you what is safe in the media and also what is possible in the media. If you'd like to learn more about SkillPlus, you can head over to skillplus.fi. If you want to learn more about the organization behind SkillPlus, TSL, Workers Educational Association here in Finland, you can head over to tsl.fi. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Please sit down. And the next presentation, I can take the clicker, thank you. Next presentation is about VTKL, SeniorSurf from Finland. Mrs. Nina Sisler, you're welcome. Here you go.
Hi, it's really nice to be here. My name is Nina Ziesler and I come from SeniorSurf, and I will share a few thoughts about the digital participation of senior citizens and how seniors should be taken into account when teaching media skills, and why. First, a few words about where I come from. SeniorSurf is a part of the Finnish Association for the Welfare of Older People. It is the largest nationwide organization supporting the welfare of older people in Finland. The association promotes initiatives in old age issues such as inclusion, dignified old age, and alleviating loneliness. SeniorSurf supports the digital participation of elderly people. We encourage seniors to learn digital skills, and we support organizations to coordinate and develop peer-to-peer support. In Finland, there are more than 1.2 million people aged 65 years or more. There are many levels of digital knowledge in this group. Some of them have been the pioneers in development of information technology. Others thought they were lucky to retire so that they didn't need to learn difficult programs anymore. A great deal, 280,000 seniors have never used computers or internet. And digital support is highly needed. And for 25 years,
hello,
NGOs,
Alice, and
senior
welcome.
volunteers
Everything seems to be in order.
And nowadays
we
also
have a
libraries and other institutes
few speeches
have
left,
been
and
giving
you're on
one-to-one
up in about
guidance
15
for
minutes.
free.
And I have your slides ready with me.
Especially seniors need help for the basic use and settings for the
Just a
devices.
second. Now, can you hear me better? There are a few speakers still, and in about 15 minutes, it's your turn. I have your slides ready for me, and please have.
Digital inclusiveness is in feeling that you are part of your society and that you can manage also digitally in everyday life. This is why it is crucial that we have understandable and accessible digital devices and services. Our key learnings about introducing media literacy seniors ask for help are related to using email, taking and sending photos, reading news or finding TV programs, not forgetting the healthcare and banking services. As you learn technical skills, you should talk about privacy and safety issues, media literacy and communication skills. And remember that the examples should create motivation and not intimidation. Here are listed a few basics of the digital guidance that should work actually with any target group. Start by listening. Use the language and words that your clients understand. Slower your tempo if needed. Learn together, give examples and encourage them to try it over and over again. Remember to be patient. And most importantly, there's no stupid questions. Starting points for learning can be very different. Sometimes the biggest obstacle in learning can be the attitude of people around you or the prejudices of your own. Others might think one gets too old or too slow to learn, or that they don't need the services anymore. Some people might have a negative attitude towards the digital world altogether. They can be scared of new things or digital scams, for example. Deep down, they can also be sad about being left out. SeniorSurf provides material and support for organizations and volunteers. For example, ideas and instructions that can be helpful when organizing digital guidance or communicating about seniors' digital inclusiveness. We communicate actively with a wide range of organizations and digital service providers to help seniors' needs to be heard. We also think that asking and getting help for digital problems should be easy. We are opening a new nationwide free help desk service for seniors in March 2023, together with the peer-to-peer volunteers and NGO partners in Finland. Thank you for listening, and if you want to contact or follow us, then please do so.
Thank you, Nina. The last presentation is about Bibliothèque Sans Frontières, cyber heroes from Belgium. Mrs. Justine Coxet, s'il vous plaît.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi. So my name is Justine. I'm a program manager at an NGO called Libraries Without Borders. And we're an NGO who is present in about 50 countries around the world. And our core mission consists in facilitating access to education, to culture and information, especially to those who suffer from social inequalities or encounter certain difficulties due to wars, humanitarian crises. More specifically, I work in Belgium, where we've been developing a lot of things having to do with digital citizenship for both adults and children, actually. And I'd like to tell you a bit more today about one specific program we've been developing called the Cyber Heroes. This is a program that started back in 2018 in Belgium. However, with old roots, since it was based on an initiative that was born in the US, that was started by Google, actually, under the name Be Internet Awesome. And since then, many initiatives were started in other countries, and many other NGOs got involved and got to develop and enrich their own version of this program. So you might know, depending on where you're from, the brothers and sisters of the cyber heroes here and there in Italy, Netherlands, the UK, etc., etc. Now, what do we do? The Cyber Heroes is a program dedicated to sensitizing children aged from 8 to 13, sometimes a little bit older, but mostly 8 to 13, to online safety and well-being. What we're really trying to tackle here is the question of what it is to be a citizen in the digital age. Who to trust, who not to trust online, what to believe, what to not believe, how to interact with one another. So to do that, we develop resources and activities that we bring mostly to schools, as you will see, with our team of trainers. As an organization who's been working in Belgium for just 5 years, which is not that much, one of our big challenges has been to build strong, deep, long-lasting relationships with schools, as well as the networks and authorities that operate those schools. And so as part of this approach, we have progressively put together resources and on-site activities for not only the children, but also the parents and the teachers. So we've combined all of those in what we could call a 360 package. We've baptized it Cyber School. And the logic behind it is that we need to raise awareness about digital citizenship, about media literacy, not only among the children, but among the parents' community, among the teachers' community, and have everyone involved if we want to have, again, a deep, long-lasting impact and really change things. Well, one thing to know as well is the fact that parents and teachers are not necessarily very knowledgeable about those topics. They don't necessarily have themselves very good habits. Another thing to know is that, especially among teachers, we note sometimes a certain reluctancy, if not once in a while a bit of animosity or, yes, a bit of a rejection of digital topics. So there's quite a lot of convincing of discussion to have about this to slowly make sure that we offer something that is not just a one-shot operation, but truly will get rooted into the habits of the teachers and be brought back to the table with the children again and again and again throughout the year. To do that, we try to give the teachers ready-to-use activity sheets. We also try to make them understand that if you look at a topic like media literacy, it is actually quite easily embedded in a lot of different matters that are already in the school programs. You can talk about media literacy when talking about history, about science, about civic education. So that's a very important point we need to make towards the teaching community. And, well, another thing we do is we try more and more to come back to the schools where we've already been. That's another thing where, again, trying not to be in a one-shot kind of logic, but really root our action and use these comeback moments to deepen our approach and tackle specific topics. Typically, right now, we're working on like extra activities on conspiracy theories, or even cyberbullying. But schools, and this is something I really want to underline here, schools are not our only focus, and more we try to explore other paths outside of the school's networks. First of all, because there's a lot of different places of socialization for kids. I'm thinking of like holiday camps, neighborhood associations, community centers, etc., etc. But also because we know that for a lot of children and a lot of parents, well, you know, people can have a complicated history with school. And so it's important, if we want our message to go through, to also imagine other creative ways to reach out to the parents and reach out to the children, maybe in places where they will feel a bit more relaxed or empowered. That's why our big plan for next year is to get even more creative and start giving out workshops within people's workplace, for example. Or to develop activities in shopping malls, or try to build partnerships with fast food chains. We're also looking at placing our booklets and brochures, which I'm happy to show you after if you'd like, at the doctor's offices. So there's, again, many different leads to work on and explore, and we certainly won't get bored in 2023. I hope this resonates with some of the challenges you have observed, either from a governance point of view or on the field. And I'm happy to further discuss this after the panel talk. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you, Justine. Really impressing, all of you are doing a great job, very important as well. Thank you so much for the presentations. Now, when we heard all 4 presentations, we will discuss how these programs could be adopted to other countries. First of all, do you have any advices to countries wanting to adapt any of these programs? Who wants to start? Kim.
Well, for example, I had the pleasure to work with hard-to-reach audience, so obviously the project has to be quite lengthy so you can actually educate people about this opportunity, because when we reach out to the workers, they weren't aware, or not normally the people who would gravitate towards this kind of training. So the longer the project, the better.
Jenny, you are working with younger people, educating them. Do you have the same problem? The same advice?
Yes, but it's also a challenge because teachers are they don't stay at one school for so long, especially in the hard-to-reach areas. It's a big rotation of teachers. But you need to be very you can't give up easily. And also, I would like to say that we are now scaling our tool and translating it into English. So we're actually looking at different countries to pilot this in. So if you're interested in that, you can contact me, and we are applying. We're going to apply for 2 different grants now, together with the French organization News Decoder, and also the Åbo University, actually,
Yes,
and a school in Finland. So if you're interested in that project, you can contact me.
Sounds great. Nina, you are working with elderly people. I think I've noticed that many elderly don't want to interact with internet or anything technical at all. Do you have the same problem, that it's not always easy to reach them?
That's a big problem too, with the motivation. But as the age group is so big, there's a lot of stages of interest. Others are really doing okay and acting normally, and they have more skills, and then they have even the urge to help others. And that's what we have noticed, that elderly people who have maybe problems with motivation and wanting to use internet, when they get the equals to show examples how some things can be made easily, and they can be in contact with their relatives and children maybe living abroad, then that's helping. And the equal guidance is really, really important, so that they don't need to feel stupid because maybe things can feel hard, because
and often they are very afraid.
Yeah, the technology has become so developed so fast in the last few decades.
Justine, you told us that you are reaching your audience in various of places. Any advice how to reach the audience?
That really is a big challenge, and
Yes.
I think there's really two, like I said in the presentation, there's two axes of development for us. Our work with the schools really has required a lot of discussions with the directors of the schools, the directors of the network. So it's also really a very intensive effort to sensitize, to make the challenge of media literacy visible at the higher levels, while also by working hand in hand with teachers who can sometimes become ambassadors of the programs. And yes, the peer collaboration, or at least the fact of seeing other teachers so enthusiastic, can sometimes help. So it's working on those two dynamics. And then outside of school, it's really yes, a lot of creativity and daring to go find partners. Sometimes yes. Shopping malls, why not? Looking into, like I said, doctors' offices. There's just so many occasions, so many places where we can place our message. It's all about finding the places, but also for each place, the right format. And then hopefully, we'll see how it goes. But yes, quite a bit of creativity too.
So to make the program reachable is the most important thing. I wonder, do you have any good lessons you would like to share with us, or the countries wanted to adapt these programs? Jenny?
Lessons learned. Well, maybe if you're, I don't know if there are so many teachers listening here today, but to the teachers, that if you want to work with publications to publish students' work, maybe you can take it step by step and start with just, if you work with mobile stories, you can invite a smaller audience into your article, and you can also print it and post it on the school library walls, for example, to be seen by other students. And you can find these platforms that are not completely open. And then the last step might be to online publishing, to publish for all to see.
Yes, indeed. Kim, any good lessons learned?
Well, I would recommend people to consider workplaces as a place for learning.
Yes.
People are obviously there every day. They know how to get there. And if people are hard to reach, they still go to work if they're fortunate enough to be employed at the time, obviously. So if you can find a good incentive for the employer to even provide this training to the employee or the worker, it's definitely the way to go. There's obviously incentive to also being compensated for your time there and easy access for the worker and employee.
Yes, obviously. Nina, any good lessons learned during your work?
Yeah, a lot of them, but most of all, don't forget the older people and don't think that they can't learn, because they want to be a part of the society, and there's a lot of information and possibilities that are going online and into applications, and they want to take care of them, their own things and challenges, and it's really important to find the motivation and learn how to talk with them and be there with them. Yeah.
Justine, any lesson learned?
Yes, I think for us a really core element of what we've been doing, and something I think is quite valuable in the project, is making sure we involve, if building a children's oriented project, make sure we involve the adults, make sure we involve the parents, and we involve the teachers, and we do so while stating that the most important things on those topics is dialogue. And really, whether on media literacy or other digital skills topics, I find that at least for a youth project, this core notion and making sure it's at the heart of all the discussions with kids, parents, and teachers is really what makes it all work. Because when something bad happens, when children are under the influence of one thing or another, or when something wrong is started to happen in a class or a group of kids, it is important that dialogue is in place.
Yes.
And if parents or teachers do encounter difficulties online, well, let's be open about it. Maybe it's a good occasion to talk about it with children too.
So dialogue is really very, very important. Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to speak with us and presenting your important work, and good luck into the future. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So now it's up to you. Can you think of a way to adapt these programs in your country? Anyway, now we will continue. Next, we will hear about the best practices on measuring media literacy success. You probably all remember the Charlie Hebdo attacks in Paris 2015, right? I guess everybody remembers them. Our next speaker has created a program helping youth to be better in detecting fake news after those attacks. To measure the success of this program, she has created a system with a scientific approach, and now we will learn how this system works. So please welcome Mrs. Alice Bonnier from Square. So do we have
Good morning,
Alice
everybody.
Bonnier? Oh, there you are. Yes, welcome.
Hi.
We don't have the picture yet.
I'm very happy to be here. Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome. The stage is yours.
Well, thank you for your invitation. I'm very happy to be here to talk about impact evaluation of media literacy programs. My name is Alice, and I run the French NGO Square. Many researchers underline that media literacy assessment is an overwhelming challenge. Firstly, because it's not clear what should be assessed. Media literacy has been called a constellation of competencies due to its diverse definitions, uses, and purposes. There is no agreed upon standard approach to the measurement of these competencies. Half of the 130 media literacy researchers who were brought together for a study agreed with the statement that media literacy outcomes are not explicitly defined, so it's not clear what should be assessed. As a result, research on the direct assessment of media and information literacy skills is scarce. There are other very operational issues when you are an NGO who wants to have its media literacy programs impact assessed. You will have to explain to participants that they have to complete quite intrusive and school-like 30 minutes questionnaire and that they will have to do so twice. Could you please, could we see the next, yes, please, thank you. This can be a barrier when you are running a program that relies on the voluntary participation of youth, especially if they are not comfortable with schoolwork. And you will also have to dedicate about 10% of your budget to it. But I'm convinced that we have to take up the challenge to ensure the usefulness of our actions, when the need is so great to equip everyone to resist disinformation and various propaganda. Now I'll tell you about what we do in the French context. Next, please. SQUA implements training to foster the ability to detect and resist disinformation and hate speech. The aim is to prevent adherence to conspiracy theories that jeopardize social cohesion. To achieve this, we've designed educational workshops to inform young people about how they might be misinformed, with the support of Google.org. This curriculum is very much inspired by inoculation research. Bess Goldberg, head of research at Jigsaw, will tell you more about that later today. In a word, the aim is to showcase the manipulation techniques commonly used in misinformation in order to increase people's ability to discern trustworthy from untrustworthy content. We also address how social media work, cognitive biases, especially the tribal bias and the confirmation bias, and the scope of free speech. A 2-hour workshop is dedicated to debunking conspiracy content, and the participants are finally assisted to create their own journalistic content. You see here the pictures of 4 participants of the last week's session in Clichy-sous-Bois. Let me tell you more about them. And please switch to the next slide. Thank you. The audience is recruited through local NGOs in deprived areas, such as Clichy-sous-Bois, where the poverty rate reaches 42%. It is where the 2005 violent riots started after the deaths of 2 youths electrocuted while hiding from police. And the 20 days of rioting that followed led the government to declare the first state of emergency for more than 20 years. So there, a women's soccer club engages unemployed youth who voluntarily enroll in the program. And when the training starts, the youth are invited to complete a baseline survey that includes socioeconomic and educational data, in addition to data linked to the training, including measures of propensity to conspiracy. So the first major benefit of evaluation is to verify the targeting. The baseline results confirmed here the following assumptions. Our youth are poorly educated and mostly of immigrant origins. They face socioeconomic difficulties and they perceive ethno-racial discriminations. It fosters feelings of injustice, resignation, and low self-esteem. And all these problems render them particularly vulnerable to disinformation, conspiracy theories, and divisive narratives. More than 2/3 of our audience do not believe that the Charlie Hebdo attack that happened in Paris in 2015 was planned by terrorists. In view of this, here are the expected and measured outcomes of our training. You see here an overview of all the measured outcomes. We measure skills, knowledge, behaviors, beliefs, and perceptions. All of them are measured before and after the training session. We use measures from existing scales, here with a blue background, and original measures specifically created for the purpose of this evaluation. Please, let's focus on 4 particularly interesting scales which allow us to measure abilities related to disinformation receptivity. The first one is the measure of their capacity, next please, of their capacity to evaluate the reliability of information by detecting fake news. One common approach to measure belief in fake news is to focus on truth discernment. Discernment is calculated as belief in true news minus belief in false news, and it captures the overall accuracy of one's beliefs, and thus gives insight into failures to distinguish between true and false content. In practice, this test consists in presenting true information and fake news to the participants in a typical social media format. Participants evaluate the truthfulness of each information on a 4-point Likert scale, going from not true at all to totally true. And we then get a media truth discernment score reflecting the capacity of the participants to identify both true and fake news. The test we are using in this evaluation is a set of 24 news, so 12 true news and 12 fake news. It was created and used by the research laboratory LabCide in Paris. We also evaluate the belief in conspiracy theories. A significant barrier to studying conspiracy beliefs in young people is that most of the existing scales ask about events that are likely to be unfamiliar to young people. And others measure belief in complex, abstract notions of conspiracy, which are also likely to be challenging for younger people to understand. Considering this, we use the Adolescent Conspiracy Belief Scale, ACBQ, because the final items measure general conspiracy theorizing as opposed to representing current events. The ACBQ is not context dependent. Participants respond to 9 items on a 7-point scale, with anchors 1, strongly disagree, and 7, strongly agree. And for example, we have the government deliberately hides important information from the public, or the government often knows about terrorist attacks and lets them happen, or again, governments have deliberately spread diseases in certain group of people. This test was developed recently by Daniel Jolet. The third scale, we also test the reasoning of the participants using the cognitive reflection test. Performance on tasks such as the cognitive reflection test are associated with a wide range of beliefs and behaviors, including actual social media behaviors and bullshit receptivity. People who are more reflective are less likely to believe false news, regardless of whether the news is consistent or inconsistent with their partisanship. We use some items of the cognitive reflection test to test how the participants are resistant to cognitive biases and what are their propensity to engage in deliberative process rather than intuitive processes. For example, a batter and a ball cost $1.10 in total. The bat costs $1 more than the ball. How much does the ball cost? The intuitive answer to this question is 10 cents, while the correct answer is 5. We also measure the open-mindedness of the participants. AOT scales, the next one. So active open-mindedness thinking scale has been found to correlate with a variety of different measures of conspiracy belief. To measure AOT, we used the 13-item scale developed by Stanovic and Toplak, which was published in 2023. It includes, for example, people should always take into consideration evidence that goes against their opinions, or changing your mind is a sign of weakness, and many others. So now, please let's come back to the big picture. Thank you. It's worth saying that we have a mix of self-report measures and performance-based measures with green background. Performance-based measures precisely capture dimensions of media literacy competencies, while the self-report measures provide insight on the mindset of the participants. Both are needed to evaluate the impact of the training. I would now like to address the issue of the evaluation design. We have chosen a pre-post test study to measure the impact of our current project. At the end of the 4-day training, the youth are again invited to complete a questionnaire. And as the training only lasts 4 days, it's well admitted that the differences between the pre-test and the post-test answers are only due to the training. So no control group is needed here. Next, please. But in a similar previous project, also funded by Google.org, we had chosen a randomized control trial to establish impact. We partnered with JPAL, a network of researchers founded by the Nobel Prize Esther Duflo, hosted at the MIT. And the randomized control trial consists in assigning applicants into a treatment or a control group before the beginning of the intervention. The control group includes those who will not participate to the training. And in order to create 2 groups that are exactly comparable on average before the program begins, these 2 groups are created randomly. Thus, at the end of the program, a comparison of the dimensions measured in the 2 groups makes it possible to determine the impact of the program. If we compare the participants' answers to their own answers given 4 months earlier, we would measure the effect of the program as well as the effect of various things that happened at the same time. So the impact would not be exclusively attributable to the program. There, the researchers concluded that the treatment group demonstrated an increased ability to detect fake news and an increased use of fact-checking tools. This was some very encouraging early success. In our current project, the training is offline and we have strengthened the intervention. So we hope we'll get even better results and cover more outcomes. From there, we would be able to advocate with the government to integrate the outputs in the school curriculum, especially in disadvantaged areas. The murder of a French teacher targeted on Facebook as having insulted Islam led to a great awareness in France. It was the result of a mix of fake news and hate speech. In response, the government asked for reports on how media literacy was taught at school and asked the experts to provide recommendations on what should be done. tons of educational resources exist, but there is a huge lack of appropriation, combined with a lack in the curriculum. You have to know that in France, less than 40% of teachers report teaching media literacy, and most of them report that they have not been trained to do that. So we want to contribute to making available effective, turnkey resources to anyone who wants to teach young people how to resist hate speech and disinformation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Alice Bonnier. Wonderful to have you with us. One question before we let you go. We have many organizations working with media literacy attending this event. How could they implement this measuring system?
I'm sorry, I didn't get you. Could you repeat, please?
Yeah. How could they implement this measuring system?
You have to work with independent evaluators, researchers, and you have to dedicate about 10% of your budget. And from there, you have to be ready to lose participants because it's very, very difficult. It's very hardly accepted by local NGOs and participants to be evaluated with such intrusive questions about their background and about their mindset. So it's quite difficult. But once you have a team of researchers used to evaluate this kind of programs, and you want to evaluate it, you can get many benefits from this impact evaluation.
How did you personally cope with these kind of problems?
Regarding the budget, we had made this choice, this decision to dedicate a big part of it to a randomized control trial, because it's so important in a field where there is so much to learn about what's effective. We found that research issues should be one outcomes of our project. So once this financial decision had been taken, we get in touch with JPAL, which is very specialized in evaluating the impact of social programs struggling against poverty in general, and we've worked like 6 months on the outcomes with the review of literature, and from there we got lucky to get a very adequate impact evaluation design, which allowed us to reveal the positive impact of our program.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Alice Bonnier. Wonderful to have you with us, and thank you for sharing your valuable experiences. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Next up, we will have a lunch break. During lunch, there will be optional workshops on different topics helping organizations to improve their visibility and reaching a broader audience via different tactics. Joseph Bergen will lead the workshop on how YouTube works, and Lucas Soltiero will show you how to create YouTube Shorts. For the virtual attendees, there is a moderated discussion together with Matt Cook, the head of Google's News Lab. It will be held on Google Meets. You can find the link in the YouTube chat here below and in your email as well. And if you haven't signed up to the workshop and still would like to attend, this is also possible at the desk in the lobby. We will continue 20 minutes past 1 with a panel discussion about how Gen Z is building misinformation resilience. I wish you bon appétit and see you then. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, program will start in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, program starts in 1 minute.
back. I hope you've enjoyed the lunch and found your way to the workshops as well. For the next hour, we will be focusing on misinformation resilience. First, we will learn how Gen Z is building misinformation resilience, and after that, our keynote speaker, Beth Goldberg from Jigsaw, will talk about prebunking, a way to fight misinformation online in advance. But now it's time to concentrate on Gen Z, the generation that is brought up with social media and is getting almost all their news from these sources. What are they thinking and what are their thoughts on media literacy? We start with an introduction on culture and trends discovered on YouTube. Please welcome Mrs. Martha Ivester from Google's Northern Europe brand marketing. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Baba, and thank you all for being here today. Unlike you, I am not a media literacy expert. I've been working, though, in marketing for since before Google started, actually, in sports, in music, and in technology. And right now, I lead brand marketing in Northern Europe, and I'm just a big supporter of today's event. I am also a mom of 3 kids, Gen Z, ages 14 to 20. One of them is a very avid gamer, and one of them is a TikTok creator with 42,000 followers. So I speak to the topic from personal experience. So one of the cool things about working at Google is that when I ask myself, who are these people living in my house, I actually get access to some really interesting insights and trends. And so what I'm hoping is that some of these insights will also be interesting to you today as you think about how to engage with Gen Z in your programs, but also maybe what you can learn from Gen Z on how to engage with content and how they engage with media, especially on the important topic of media literacy. So before I dive into some of the interesting YouTube trends, I'm going to start with some macro trends that came up from research at Google, and just a couple top-line ones. One, and if you know teenagers, you'll get this, they have this absurd sense of humor. And it's this sense of humor that is really shaped around current trends and events. And so when they think about the pandemic, of course, they make a meme. Second thing is that they live in a world that's sort of shaped by what they call intersectionality. They do not conform to rigid identification, rigid identity. They feel that they can be part of multiple groups, and it doesn't undermine who they are at the core. And finally, and this is most important probably for us today, is that they have grown up with this sort of deluge of information. They're really good at filtering that information, but filtering that information, they find it really taxing and often frustrating. So, what does that mean for us? Well, you could say, you know what, we all feel overwhelmed sometimes by all this media, but what's interesting about Gen Z is that their info-seeking is motivated by more than the desire to know what is true. So, you know, Gen Z, as you know, doesn't really watch linear broadcast TV, they don't read newspapers. To a Gen Z teen, the news is what is most relevant to me. And so while you and I might rely on these sort of universal standards to assess whether something is true or not true, Gen Z tend to gradually form their opinions while they are interacting online with all their various communities. And they really rely on social validation and feedback along the way to shape their perceptions. And so then they orient these perceptions with their peer groups, with their families, and probably most importantly, with influencer groups. And influencers online they really look to because they kind of trust that those people have done the work. So with that in mind, I'm going to share just some top-line tips about what is going on in the world of YouTube. And this kind of gives you a little bit of insight into trends and culture. And so you can say we're experiencing this like evolution in entertainment. And yes, it is certainly changing, but it's also subtle, and it's constantly evolving. Now, 2/3 of Gen Z would argue that the content that is most important to them is not what's hot or not the thing that everybody else cares about. It's more important that it's important and interesting to them. And in fact, many of them say that what's interesting to them isn't interesting to anybody else that they know. So this idea around personalization is super important. Now, we obviously have this proliferation of platforms and technologies, particularly over the last 5 years. And so if you think about it, this is the years in which Gen Z came of age, and they are native to these technologies. So maybe you sat in the Shorts session up there and you learned a lot about how to post on YouTube Shorts, but for them that just comes naturally. I look at my 14-year-old and I'm overwhelmed with how talented she is at creating video. Now here's a really startling fact. How many of you in the room would actually actively post on social media? Quick show of hands. Okay, so this is good. You're very active. The average is 10% across all audiences. But if you look at Gen Z, 85% have put video online. That is a crazy huge number. You also, if you sat in that short session, learned about communities. And communities are really, really, if you have one takeaway from today, it's how important these communities are. And they are really influential. Now, who is a community for today's youth? Well, community is somebody who sort of shares this common personal interest. And it has to someone who actually really creates this sort of active dialogue in that digital environment. And so, on YouTube, you have these communities around everything. I mean, it could be around music or dance choreography. It could be about something really nerdy, like watch collecting, or even fragrance reviewing. And I think, as Lucas said, it's sparking community connects people. So think about connecting to youth means connecting and being meaningful to their communities. And one of the most powerful forms of community that we see is fandom. 65% of Gen Z would describe themselves as a super fan. That's more than half, a super fan. So let's look at K-pop as an example on how that comes to life. So K-pop, fandom and digital participation have been part of K-pop since its, inception. And they're really central to the experience. And fans create these channels on YouTube. And they have posted thousands and thousands of fan cam. If you watch Saturday Night Live this week, they finally had fan cam on SNL. These videos are so popular that the labels behind the K-pop stars are actually releasing them as official content. Fan cam videos have billions of views on YouTube. So if you're a parent like me, you might think that Gen Z is synonymous with this scrolling, with this really snackable content. You think they have really short attention spans. But one interesting thing and a trend that we're seeing on YouTube is this sort of long-form video essay, where people have these conversations around things and cultural moments. And some of these things can be over an hour long. There's one case where there was this woman here on top left on your screen, Jenny Nicholson, spends 2.5 hours talking about the Vampire Diaries. 10 million views of a 2.5-hour piece of content. If you spend any time with a teenager, you know the importance of memes. Memes are the building blocks and the social currency of their culture. And memes, interestingly, span topics. They obviously are important for communities, but they also span continents. So there's an interesting, example here where, this is a video where teenagers in India took a pop song from the Ivory Coast, and they put it on YouTube Shorts, and they incorporated this sort of nostalgic Bollywood feel. And so you've got memes building upon memes, building upon memes, and this layering is really important. So let's talk about Bruno. I think everybody must know the song Bruno. But Bruno, this is one of the biggest surprises of 2022, how popular that the theme track, the soundtrack to Encanto became, and particularly the song, We Don't Talk About Bruno. I mean, it's a song about a middle-aged guy, right, who's hiding in a wall. It doesn't really seem like it would be such a hot topic. But this became one of the top songs on YouTube in over 50 countries. And this bled into every single type of content, whether you're on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, you name it. This was everywhere, and certainly across YouTube. So just like YouTube, some of the biggest trends involve this single entry, or this single moment, or a single phenomenon, but there's multiple points of entry across platforms. So the release of the Eden Ring game generated a huge spike in activity on YouTube. Fans watched these live streams and they hung out with their favorite creators. They went to shorts to watch unboxings or the comedy stretches, and then long-form video content to watch tutorials, speedruns, animated films, or explainers. And in 60 days, you had something like 3 billion views of content. So I'm running out of time, so let's just talk a minute about what else happens on YouTube. So, Gen Z came of age during the pandemic. 70% of Gen Zers say that anxiety and depression are significant problems. So what do we see on YouTube? A really interesting area is this content that's like soothing content. It lets people kind of zone out, chill out, like these patterns inside fruit or watching scrapbooking journals. You have these vibe content. Portuguese artist Bad Bunny, when he released his album, it was accompanied by a series of these 360-degree videos that let the viewer just kind of escape with him. They have over 690 million combined views. 90% of Gen Z watched a video to transport them to a different place. At the same time, you've got this ASMR content that continues to evolve, and it's not just like hearing the sound of a sneaker, but here, the Victoria and Albert Museum actually has just ASMR content of preserving historic artifacts. Very chill, very calming. And at the same time, we've seen this interest in horror content, and that has risen dramatically. And you sort of think, well, how does that happen? But this is not the millennial horror, which is like jump scare. This is more like analog horror, where they build it around found footage aesthetic. And how is that you can have horror together with this soothing content? Well, the truth is that what happens is that horror content often serves as a kind of salve for when you have a lot of anxiety or panic. So, just to wrap up, I think, if we think about Gen Z and how they navigate online information, it's really important to remember that they are seeking social belonging just as much as they are seeking truth. They interpret information together as part of their communities. They crowdsource their thinking. And, this could be, keep in mind that the comments on a post are just as important as the post itself. And that creates the social discourse that allows them to connect with their peer groups and helps to define their own identity. So I know I'm over time, so I'll wrap right there, but I want to, I was going to say, I hope that this helps you, whether you're a parent like me, or whether that helps you kind of get inside the minds a little bit of Gen Z and where the trends are and what's happening in their worlds as we think about how to reach them to be critical consumers of media online. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martha, for a very interesting introduction. So nice to have you with us today. Please welcome also Mrs. Saara Martikka, lecturer in Finnish language and literature, Mr. Oliver Rotko, who is the founder of the YouTube channel Road to Finnish, and Jenny Sköld from Mobile Stories Sweden, who you already know. So, Saara, you are a teacher and you have first-hand experience as a Gen Z educator. In your work, have you seen some of the cultural trends Martha highlighted?
Yes, I have, and there are a lot of things that are common among my students as well. Especially that they do see a lot of content all the time. They live their life in social media and in platforms, and well, the first-hand info comes from there, and then they might seek deeper. But yeah.
How have you adjusted your teaching in response?
Well, we do have a media literacy in our curriculum, so it is in there in every subject, not just mine, which is Finnish and literature. But well, I try to use those things that they see every day, like TikTok and other platforms that are popular among teenagers.
Interesting. How do you use TikTok in teaching?
Well, as a content, we might analyze videos, for example.
Yes.
They show me something and we talk it together, perhaps use some tools to analyze content, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, very interesting. Oliver, you may not be a Gen Z yourself, but you are a YouTube creator whose content appeals to that generation, right?
Yes.
What do you think about these trends, horror, memes, fandom, videos, of course, talking about culture, becoming culture, and videos make people feel they are in another place?
Are they familiar to you?
Yeah,
You use them, videos of course, but something else.
I actually don't use these themes myself, but these are very familiar. Of course, they are everywhere. And especially with Gen Z, these are very important topics. I think what is very important to understand about the Gen Z and these themes, especially the sense of belonging, is that this is something that is very near and dear to them. It's how this generation is built. And instead of kind of fighting against it, we need to kind of embrace it and then learn to, how should I say, cope with it with the right tools. And this way we can not only teach the younger generations media literacy, but we will also learn their media literacy in a sense.
So it's a dialogue.
It's a dialogue, very well said.
Yes, you've been talking a lot about misinformation online. What have you learned about how this generation processes information and misinformation?
Well, there's a million ways to look at this, but what I would like to take or say here is what is pretty prevalent is something called, media bubbles, and even something called audience capture.
Yes.
Where let's take as an example, if you're talking about, let's say, politics. And you talk about politics from a certain perspective, and you notice that that's not really gripping because everything, all the algorithmic social media platforms like TikTok, YouTube, etc., are driven by engagement. And if you notice that your message, as it comes truly from you, doesn't really get off the ground, you might pivot slightly and give a bit of more of a controversial take on something. And if that takes off, then what happens is this phenomena called audience capture, where you have to follow the audience where they go. And this can be a bit dangerous, depending on what kind of content you are doing. And of course, from here we come to the discussion of ethics of content creation and your own thoughts about what you're talking about.
Fine. Jenny, Mobile Stories has been active in source criticism training for the last 3 years, as we heard earlier today, and you told us earlier that you've trained over 10,000 youth and teens. This was especially important, of course, in 2022, given your national election, right?
It was mostly.
Yes. What has Mobile Stories learned about keys to engaging and helping this generation to better identify and build resilience to misinformation?
I think that to be able to spot misinformation and also to be able to identify credible information, you need to produce material yourself. We have a researcher in Sweden called Thomas Nygren. Maybe you've heard about him, and he has developed a game called the Bad News Game, where students get to be disinformants. They produce disinformation and learn the techniques and the mindset and everything. And he has shown that young people who have played this game increases their ability to spot misinformation online. We have seen that this is also this works the other way around. That if you're invited to participate and to create credible information and to work with journalistic methods, for example, you also increase your ability to identify other credible sources online.
Martha, I believe you have done research at Jigsaw about how this generation evaluate information online, haven't you? Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, I think that was, what I was sort of just getting to at the end there about, how the opinions shape and they evolve. It's sort of, the Gen Z maybe doesn't go in looking for a very clear right or wrong. It's kind of, they want enough of knowledge to be able to communicate with their friends, to have a point of view, to kind of take a side, but that can change over time. And that's where I think the engagement with the content, and when you see something going viral and how content continues to change and there's more engagement around it, their perceptions could change with that content. And so it's why, you know, paying attention to like the meme upon the meme or the commentator on the moment is just as important as the moment itself.
Sarah and Jenny, what are your suggestions on how educators and media literacy organizations can help them to navigate and interpret the information they find?
Yeah, I think that it's very important to not just talk about fact-checking and debunking, but focus more on trust building.
Yes.
And I think also to inspire young people and to let them, give them an experience of what democracy is about, and let them use the democracy and see what it can be used for, and so that they are really know what is at stake here. Because I think most young people know that disinformation is bad, but maybe they don't really know why it's bad. And I think that we can inspire them more and tell stories about our values, our democratic values, and that they have an important role to play in this information war online that we're in, and make them feel important. And then maybe you get more engaged in this war that we're actually in on the internet. If you see your own important role for building resilience for your country and for your values.
Can I add to that? I think it's so important what you say and why it's interesting, because like if you try and market to Gen Z, they hate that. It's like they see through you. They know you're trying to like get to their level. And it's got to feel authentic and it's got to feel organic. And, you know, we need them to be talking to each other and the people they care about and the people they respect. And obviously they respect the parents to a certain extent, and they respect their networks, but their community is number one. And so educating them has to come from within and empowering them to be authentic voices for themselves.
Yes, of course. Sarah, how do you help them navigate and interpret the information?
Well, we do a lot of different things, but there could be like short checklists or ways to analyze, like really easy ones. But I just want to say I really do agree with Jenny we need to get them involved. And also they realize that this is really like a big thing. At least my students talk about it a lot, that they need to know like what is truth, of course, but also what is going on. Like you said, that it's like the most important thing or most important stuff that they look from, for example, from TikTok. But I think the basic educational level has to be good, but it all comes down to the reading skills, the skills that they cope with the world. I think that's like the core of the media literacy. Yeah.
Yes, that's so true. If you can't read, if you don't have literacy skills, then you don't have media literacy skills. It's very simple, but...
Yeah, it is. If you don't recognize the text, if you don't see if you don't know how to read the picture or video.
Yeah, that's true. Oliver, as a creator of content that appeals to this generation, what do you feel is the responsibility of the creative community, not just on YouTube, but on all platforms?
I think I will be somewhere basically in between you two. I think media literacy skills, teaching younger generations how to read, how to interpret what you hear, and how not to necessarily accept and agree on everything that you hear from your own cultural group. That's of course number one, and that comes to the education system and parenting and so on. But at the same time, of course, I feel that content creators and especially those who call themselves influencers have all the responsibility in the world to do things ethically. However, the problem is that we are not able to collectively control people who push, or not push, but publish content online, because we're not only talking about creators, but we are talking about normal people who might be taking part in, for example, misinformation spreading. So I think it's a combination of everything. It's about education, it's about content moderation, it's about actual educating the content creators themselves how to work in a more ethical manner. And the big risk here that we have is overdoing one of these three, which can actually fight against itself. For example, through content moderation, if we have misinformation on topic A, and then we have people who spread the misinformation, and we have people who are trying to debunk it. If we have, let's say, an algorithmic moderation tool, so to say, and we try to moderate this overarching topic, we might actually also moderate the people who are trying to fight against them. And that happens because the amount of content is so vast. So it's an impossible question to answer.
Yeah, that's true. Martha, what is the role of tech companies, and what are Google and YouTube? What are they doing? Or you doing?
Well, there's a lot of things. I don't have the details on all the things. I think that part of it is helping facilitate discussions like today, first of all, because again, as a creator, as an educator, you're closest to the audience in some ways. And so I think hearing from the communities and understanding where you need the most help is a big part of that puzzle. Obviously on the platform, you know, there's a lot of things we do to remove content that violates misinformation policies, whether we, you know, have, you know, partnerships to have fact-checking organizations that we work with, whether we do things like Antti talked about earlier today, bringing forward trust in content, whether that's an election and, you know, directing a voter with the right date to the election authority, or raising content that from the WHO about COVID. You know, on YouTube, there's also things like trusted flaggers. And so there's a lot of steps. I think that the trick is getting ahead of the bad actors is always the biggest challenge. And the fact that just like the media landscape is constantly evolving, the solutions to get after the bad actors have to constantly evolve. And so what worked yesterday might not work tomorrow. So I'd say it takes a humility and understanding that, you know...
And your responsibility is huge.
Huge responsibility. But with that comes also the humility that we don't have all of the answers. And so it's being an active participation in the forums to understand how we can leverage all of the networks best and be a good partner in monitoring where we can and doing what we can on our platforms.
What about artificial intelligence that is coming now really, really big?
Well, I was so curious about your meerkat. I mean, I think that sounds amazing. And, you know, it's funny because people think about AI or, you know, chat bots, and they think like, oh, what's going on? A friend of mine had some post on Facebook, like, if I could just get AI to do my laundry, that would be fantastic. You know, the beauty of AI, though, I live in Denmark and my Danish is not good. And, you know, there's AI behind Google Translate, and I'm so deeply grateful for that. So I think that there are very great opportunities. And I think there's a really interesting study. I wish I could remember who it was from, but it actually looked at, you know, millennials and Gen Z as potentially the generation that can use AI most effectively to go after things like misinformation. And I think there's tremendous opportunity if we look at sort of the positive power of something like AI from the users. Because I will say that in all of those trends and data, and as a parent, one thing I'm so delighted to see that I think could be beneficial is that this is a very curious group, right? Like, you know, they're curious, they are resourceful. I mean, they go to so many different platforms and cross-platforms and communities. And so, you know, how do you maybe leverage that curiosity in a very positive way and leverage tools and resources to help them, as you said, like own the solution? So that's not an answer. I think it's more sort of like the framework for the answer. But I'm actually encouraged by the evolution in technology with the patterns that we see on the platforms, and maybe also just from personal experience in my own house, that you know, I think it could be good.
If I may, very quickly on AI, I totally agree that we might find interesting solutions to tackle misinformation using AI once the technology is far enough. But of course, there has been a lot of discussion about using ChatGPT, for example, to cheat in education, which is a problem that they can solve through technology. But at the same time, I actually spent a few days trying to push the version that was still online 2 weeks ago quite far when in my own sphere of Finnish education system and all the information regarding that. And you don't actually have to go too far before these AI tools start pushing information that is not necessarily nefarious but false. And so we also, especially considering the rapid speed that these tools are developing, we have to start educating and responding to them by sharing information to the younger generation about these tools, the positives and the negatives, and how to use them so that they don't go inside rabbit holes of false information.
Yes. But the responsibility is huge, as we said. It is. And then we have the families as well, of course. What is the role of parents in all of this? What about Jenny? How do you reach out to parents, or do you reach out to parents?
I'm a parent myself, but fortunately I don't even have to ask my children to explain things to me because they come with their phones all the time and want to show me and tell me, I think, most things that happens in their digital lives. But I think that is the trick, and I think what I've done is to start talking about those things quite early, and finding time where this discussion can take place. And I think that's the same as for teachers and for school librarians or for the health team at school, to find time where you as a young person know that in this time I can talk about these subjects. I think that is very important, because I think that young people want to talk about it. They just need to know that someone is curious and wants to listen, and that you have the time to listen.
Do you have the same experience, Sara?
Yes, I do. And I think sometimes parents or older people think like TikTok, it's not useful. That's a waste of time. It's just entertainment. And there are a lot of good stuff there as well. And it's really important, the thing that you heard, you're seen, that, well, this is interesting for me, that is also for my social group, my parents or grandparents, who else. We can learn a lot from there, and also we get the mindset from there as well, so we get to know what they really think or what do they like, and I think it's like super important.
And it's also so interesting and educational for grown-ups, I think, because it says something about the future. When you listen to where the kids are and their activities, you know something about where society is on its way. So
it could be different kind of perspective or way to see the world. So I think that's really important to see how the teenagers see the surroundings these days.
That's so true. Do we have any questions from the audience, by the way?
Can I add one thing to the parent?
Yes, you can add. And but before that, if anybody has to, we have one hand up there. So just a minute, Martha.
I'll be really quick. And I think that you said, one of you said the curiosity, and I think that as a parent, I'm speaking from a parent right now, that as you said, like, oh, what is that TikTok and for a parent to show curiosity and interest and not shut it down or be judgmental about it, like if my daughter asked me to be in a TikTok video, then absolutely, you have to have no shame. But I think then that opens the dialogue, and that's when you can then have the pointed questions that maybe then dig deeper into making them think a little bit more critically. But it won't happen if you...
it doesn't go away.
No, not at all.
Sorry.
Yeah, you go.
Hi, thank you. I was really interested around sharing and commenting online and how that can help young people decipher from right or wrong or sort of form their opinions. But I'm also very aware of cancel culture being talked about constantly. And if a Gen Zer grows up to be a politician, you're guaranteed that someone's going to trawl through their history of comments and sharing. Is there much discussion around the considerations for how their discussions might be looked at in the future?
Who wants to answer that? Comments
Maybe
and
the
sharing.
creator?
Yeah,
Oliver, you are quite familiar with that,
yes,
aren't
yes. Unfortunately. There are discussions about this and how to deal with this. To be honest, I actually don't know how to even answer the question because it's such a complicated topic and this is such a new phenomenon, if we think about it. And how this is going to play a role in the future in 10 years, 15 years when you know Gen Z is going to be in these positions that you mentioned. So it's going to be very interesting to see, and super difficult question. I actually don't know how to answer this properly.
Martha,
do you have any takes?
Yeah, there's so many layers to it.
Yeah.
And I think that, you know, if you look at YouTube, for example, and one of the beauties of YouTube Kids was that there are no comments, so that, you know, you can sort of, that was another protection mechanism, but, you know, a kid ages out of YouTube Kids, and so at what point do the comments come on, and how does the young person process those? It's kind of back to the, you know, whether you have a like or dislike button on Facebook, and you know, and then YouTube took out the dislike on the videos because that would create problems. I don't think there's an easy answer. I think as a parent, it goes back to creating pathways for dialogue, so that if there's something on there that feels wrong, that there's a safe space to escalate. Oliver?
Maybe I can actually build on this. I think you had a great point about not necessarily cancel culture, but the negative reactions that one gets on social media, regardless of whether you're doing content professionally or as a hobby, or just something that you do just then and there. Especially with teenagers and you know, younger people who don't have necessarily the experience of dealing with, you know, strict negative or even, you know, not even criticism, but very, very negative comments. It really hits you hard. And there's a common saying, especially with content creators, you can have 99 excellent, lovely comments that say that you're beautiful and wonderful in what you do.
And there is one
comment
that
I'm
is
sure
negative.
you know the same. One comment that says you're ugly, and that can destroy your week. Absolutely destroy.
Then you are ugly.
Yeah, and the same thing with the dislike button. There were,
and it's only one.
Exactly. But at the same time, cancel culture is also something that is nowadays also, while it does have good intentions behind it, you know, not the term itself necessarily, but cancel culture itself as a concept is being used as, it's been weaponized also on social media specifically for these ends. And while there are positives about, you know, the change in the culture, there are also negatives. And I've had my part in it because I'm trying to bring international students to Finland, which means that I am isn't this and isn't that, and not supporting the country that I'm living in, et cetera, et cetera. And you have to learn and teach younger generations how to deal with this, because this is inevitable, and they're going to see it in one format or another now and in the future. I just don't.
How do you cope with these?
Well, I do know that they read the comments a lot.
Yes.
They talk about it a lot, and that's like another discussion about the comments, just the post itself, but also the comments. But like you said, that, you know, you have to have a kind of resilience, or you have to have a decent self-esteem or confidence if you do post, and they know that. I mean, they're aware of that. They live there, so they've seen the comments, even though they've been posting and getting those comments. But yeah, we have those things in our everyday life, in live situations, but also in there. We just have to teach them to be better.
But I think there's also trends that are promising. If you think about, you know, kids posting photos where they don't look glamorous.
Yeah.
You know, where, you know, it's not staged. What was it? Be Real? That app where you just like take it in the moment no matter what you're doing. And if you look at that, and then you look at the fact that there's these multiple platforms that interact, there's multiple communities, and there's communities amongst communities, and so maybe there's more checks and balances that happen due to that layering across platforms and across formats, versus if it was within one silo that could be maybe sort of a more of a regulator.
Yeah.
And at the same time, the newer generations are growing more and more international every single year, and that's great. Less silos, less division, which means more positive engagement through these platforms.
So. Yeah. I hope so. We take one more question from the audience. Here you go. And remember to introduce yourself.
Hi everyone, I'm Camilla. I come from Save the Children, and we are very lucky to be also partnering with Google Foundation on fighting harmful content online. So I just wanted to tap on the thing that Marta, you said, that creating the safe space. Of course, it always comes to the situation that you have a good dialogue with your child. We know that at teenagers, the kids don't care what the parents say. They don't even say if something is harmful, or they have seen something harmful, or they feel negative. So I would just, as a representative from our organization, say that parents and teachers and everybody who engages with children, there are available packages like digital parenting packages that you can also access, and a lot of things happening at the moment in Finland. We are, for instance, launching the Huippula program, which is the peak will for all fifth graders, their teachers and parents. So there are tools, and you can tap on those.
Wonderful to hear about that. It's very important to have those tools and to use them as well. One last question before we let Beth Goldberg talk about prebunking. What is one piece of advice on how to best help this generation to build their misinformation resilience? We start with Jenny.
Well, I talked before about the trust thing, that you need to gain trust, and that comes for established news media and governmental authorities, that you need to find a way to talk to young people and gain their trust, but also a very important part in this is inviting them to participate because they want to do that. So I think we need to start there, and then also I think that the news media have an important role to play in democratic countries like in Sweden. And here we see, I don't know how it is in Finland, but in Sweden, when we talk to teachers, a lot of them have stopped working with media in school. They used to work with a newspaper, and teaching children the difference between opinion pieces and the news articles and so on. And then they stopped using the paper and didn't replace it with anything else because now it's too complex and too difficult. So, but I think it's important to have a discussion around news and current events, so that because before, when I was young, we gathered around the morning paper and the television news, and we gathered around the same social issues and got the same kind of frame of reference. And now it's more fragmented and polarized. And I think that we need to, I don't want to say that a school has to do everything, because they already do a lot, but I think it's important to discuss news and give young people a common frame of reference, so that you can, and then you, of course, you can have different views, but you have the same frame of reference, so that you can understand each other. I think that's an important job to do.
One piece of advice, Oliver.
I think the one thing that you learn in university is criticizing the sources that you're looking at. And we need to expand this education to all ages, as you've spoken. And simply we simply need to learn how to read, and then criticize what we are reading. I think that's the best way to do.
Sara?
I actually asked this from my students yesterday.
Okay, good.
Yeah, and they, most of them told me that, like the common sense, the education, basic education, that you know, when you know things, when you know the world, it's so much easier to evaluate information. But I also, like I mentioned, reading skills, but also we call them in our curriculum thinking skills.
Yes.
How to be critical, how to analyze things.
Well said.
So education is my answer.
Yes, of
Surprisingly.
course.
Surprisingly.
But you are right. You are so right. Martha?
I'll go with another E word. I'll say empower them.
Yeah.
And I truly believe, like, just, letting them take ownership, giving them the space to do it their way and not criticizing or judging, but encouraging them to express it as creatively as they want to express it, even if you don't get it. Encourage the creative approaches, and, give them the space to be a partner in solving it, as opposed to telling them what they should or shouldn't do.
Yeah. We should listen to them as well.
They're smart.
Those
kids.
Yes, of course.
And that also means that we parents, we have to put our phones down
Yeah.
and as you mentioned, listen to them.
And meet them as face to face.
Let's not only tell our kids to put their phones down, let's do the same.
Yeah.
And also, I think one important point is that I think that young people today are very critical and sometimes too critical, and they tend to treat all kinds of sources with the same skepticism.
Yeah.
And that goes for people of all ages today, and that we need to understand that some sources are credible,
Yes.
because otherwise you can't handle the media landscape and the...
That's what media literacy is all about, actually, yes. It's going to be a hard task to tackle, of course, but I believe Beth Goldberger will have some thoughts and advice on this question as well. Now I want to thank you all for a wonderful discussion. Thank you for teaching us about this new generation way of thinking. I wish you a wonderful day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now it's time to connect virtually to New York, where we have our next keynote speaker, who is the head of research and development at Jigsaw, a sister organization of Google. She will teach us what prebunking is and also present research results from a case study done in Eastern Europe about Russian propaganda. Very important given the election time here in Finland. Please welcome Mrs. Beth Goldberg.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be there in Helsinki with you, but good morning from New York City. I'm hearing a bit of an echo, so I'm going to turn myself off. Okay, today I'm going to speak with you about misinformation and a technique that we're finding quite optimistic called prebunking. This is going to complement everything you were just hearing on the panel before me about education and media literacy. And it's something that we can think about as practitioners, as governments, as platforms. This is an approach that we are optimistic is quite scalable. So if you go to the next slide, I'll explain a little bit more about who Jigsaw is and why we're working on this. Great. So Jigsaw is a unit within Google that has been exploring threats to open societies, threats like misinformation and disinformation, for over 10 years. And we work very collaboratively. We work across with academics, with civil society, with technologists, to explore different novel ways to proactively address threats online. So we have the research arm, which I lead, and we also have technologists who build products that are all free and open source. Move to the next slide. Today, I'll be talking about why I think it's so critical for us to get ahead of misinformation. This is not going to be news to folks in Finland who have been doing this so well with media literacy for years, but I'll talk about prebunking as a complement to what you're already doing. offer some historical context on what it is and how it's been applied to misinformation. And then I'll talk about how prebunking fits alongside other interventions and show a case study. These are findings that are hot off the press from work that my team and I and our colleagues in Central Europe have been doing in Poland, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. I think they're really promising findings that are replicable and scalable for others watching right now. Okay, without further ado, let's dive in. They talk about getting ahead of misinformation, especially in the context of the EU. Next slide. So this is not news to anyone in this audience that misinformation is frequently taken out of context, and it frequently goes viral in minutes. The example I have here from last year is a video that went viral in Germany. And this video at the bottom blames Ukrainian refugees, ukrainische Flüchtlinge, for setting homes on fire in southern Germany. And now what actually happened was they took a video from 2013 and they spliced it with this logo of a German news organization and this headline at the bottom to completely fabricate the video. But of course, by the time this has been discovered by fact checkers, the video has already gone viral and it's been shared by thousands of people on social media. Next slide. So debunking or fact-checking after the misinformation has gone viral is very important. And it's wonderful that we now have confirmation that that video is actually from 2013 and not 2022. But that fact check was insufficient given the speed and the scale that that misinformation traveled. We have some statistics here that show, for example, a false story reaches people 6 times faster on average than a true story does. And even well-resourced fact checkers like those at Facebook typically take at least 72 hours before they can correct misinformation. Next slide. So I'll posit the question, can we preempt misinformation to prevent its viral spread? Can we help people spot it and be better equipped to not believe it before they see it? Next slide. So we can preempt these narratives. Surprise, surprise. This is something called prebunking. And it works because of one little weakness in misinformation. So this is my seed of optimism for you all, is that misinformation reuses the same tactics and narratives. It's repetitive. And so we can spot the patterns and anticipate future misinformation when we look historically. So let's do that really quickly. Next slide. In the example that I just opened with about the Ukrainian refugees being blamed for burning down houses in 2022, we can anticipate something like that by looking just a few years before at the prior EU migrant crisis in 2015 and 2016. And next slide. In 2015 and 2016, we saw all of these terrible depictions of migrants coming to Europe being shown as criminals, as rapists, as an economic threat to Europe. I think this is a particularly graphic example of that from Poland that really dehumanizes these refugees. But the narratives here are the same. These are dangerous people. They're going to harm people. They're going to burn our houses down, right? And so we can really anticipate that narrative if we look historically. Next slide. So one thing that I keep getting asked is this all Russian? Do we know that this is Russian disinformation? And I actually think that for prebunking, unlike debunking, where the origin matters, for us, the creator and the origin point is not actually that important. So the source, of the misinformation from 2015 here about refugees, maybe it was the Polish magazine. The source of this video, maybe it was pro-Kremlin groups. We're actually not sure who originally made it. But in both cases, it's actually not the most important thing for prebunking. Next slide. The most important thing is to focus on the underlying technique. We have to teach people how to spot these techniques that are being used to manipulate them. In the case of the Polish magazine cover, it's evoking fear. It's doing something called fear mongering, or manipulating your emotions by evoking fear. In the example from Germany, it's doing something called scapegoating. This is a technique where you're blaming one group of people for a problem. That house happened to be burning down because of an electrical issue, but the refugees were being scapegoated. So if you learn to spot these techniques, you can then identify them with any piece of misinformation, whether it's about refugees or something else. So this approach is much more scalable. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in just a second. Next slide. So what is prebunking? I've talked a lot about why I think it's important in the context of the European Union, but let's go back in time and understand where it comes from and how to do it. Next slide. Prebunking is simply a communication technique, and it uses this metaphor from medicine of creating mental antibodies or mental defenses against a future encounter with propaganda. So just in the same way that you might get vaccinated against a future encounter with a disease, this is like a mental vaccine against a future encounter with some form of misinformation. And the goal of prebunking is to help people gain resilience to being misled in the future, just like media literacy. Next slide. Prebunking is one of many approaches to address misinformation, and it complements media literacy. It comes far before someone's actual encounter with misinformation. Now, I like using this timeline of different intervention approaches here because you can see that there is a lot of emphasis in our current discourse on the right side of the timeline. We have a lot of discussion about warnings and labels, about debunking, and increasingly the research that my team and other experts are doing shows that actually we should be putting a lot more emphasis on the left side of this timeline, on reaching people before the misinformation goes viral. Next slide. Prebunking has actually been well tested across different topics. It was created in the 1960s by a social psychologist and has been applied in many fields as public health and the environment. And only in the last 5 years or so has it really been applied to misinformation and things like hate. So I think it's really important to note that this is something that's robust, but it's also something that hasn't been devised for the internet age. Next slide. That's something that my team at Jigsaw is working on doing. We're testing and refining this approach for the internet age, and we're working very closely to do that with academic institutions. So these are 3 examples of prebunking videos that we've made. And we decided that the best way to scale these prebunking messages was in short 30 to 90-second videos that convey to people either what a common misinformation technique is, like scapegoating. So in the videos with the cartoons on the left, those were our first major tests that we did with some universities in the UK. We test first on a lab setting where we have a controlled environment, we're paying people to participate in our study. And then when we're confident that it works, and that it doesn't have a backfire effect, we go to social media. And so what I'll show you in just a second in the case study is how we've taken these videos to scale on social media. But I'll note that we've also used this approach for more specific types of misinformation, like anti-vaccine misinformation and white and male supremacist narratives. So it's a very adaptable approach. Prebunking can really address either general topics, like a general vaccine, or be very specific to very targeted types of misinformation. Okay, next slide. I want to call out 3 advantages that we've found with prebunking. And this is sort of the rationale for why is Google investing in this? Why are we doing this now in many countries around the world? The first is we have evidence that this really builds resilience for people. It allows them to boost their abilities to detect and then reject misleading information. Second is it can be very apolitical in its approach. It focuses on the underlying techniques of the misinformation rather than specific claims. So it's not about this particular politician cheated in the election. It will help prebunk the claim that the election system is rigged. Right? And so it's anticipating the higher level narratives or the higher level techniques rather than the really granular claims. It also is framed as self-defense. So we found that this approach actually works quite well across the political spectrum. And lastly, it's very accessible and non-judgmental. We found that prebunking is a boost it's educational. It works for people with low education levels, and it doesn't presume that the audience has done anything wrong. The viewer of the prebunking message is actually the one being taken advantage of and misled, and so it's not judgmental towards them at all. Okay, next slide. Let's get to the findings, and then I'll show you an example of what a prebunking message actually looks like. Next slide. So I gave you the example at the top about anti-Ukrainian migrant misinformation. So we anticipated early last year that when the war started and Ukrainians began to leave, that there would be very serious flows of Ukrainian migrants, and that there would also be misinformation about these migrants. So we went and talked to local experts. We went to Poland and to Czech Republic and to Slovakia, and we met with experts there from academia, fact checkers who are in the media, who are in government and think tanks, and we wanted them to help us anticipate what were going to be the emerging narratives about refugees. And just like we did at the start of this talk, these looked historically with us, and they looked back to the last couple migrant crises, or back toward relationships between their population and Ukraine, and said, what are going to be the likely narratives about Ukrainian migrants coming to our country? And we identified two. In all three countries, these were the two dominant narratives, which I think is very interesting. The first was an economic narrative that blamed Ukrainian refugees for the shortage of basic necessities like housing. This is again the idea of scapegoating. So we were able to focus one of our sets of videos on scapegoating refugees for taking these basic necessities. The second narrative was a security narrative that was blaming refugees for rising crime. And so this was again that idea of fear-mongering, of evoking fear that the refugees are going to be dangerous. To produce these videos, which you'll see in a minute, there's little screenshots of them here, we worked with a number of collaborators. We worked with local creative agencies. We worked with student groups like MASK in Poland, as well as with fact checkers and civil society groups. This is just a set of them. All right, if we go to the next slide, let's watch one of these 60-second prebunking videos from the chat.
Válka neprobíhá pouze na Ukrajině. Ovlivňuje nás všechny i skrze naše mobilní telefony. Pro výhru jsou totiž někteří ochotní udělat cokoliv. Například v nás vyvolávat strach tím, že všechny ukrajinské uprchlíky označí za nebezpečné.
Haló, jsi tady? Jsem, ale asi půjdu. Už bude tma a já si teď večer sama venku nepřipadám úplně bezpečně, co jsou tu ty uprchlíci.
Počkej, to myslíš vážně?
Teď čtu na internetu, že přepadávají lidi přímo na ulici. Teď jsou nebezpeční.
Většina uprchlíků jsou jenom ženy a malí děti. Jde jenom o snahu vyvolat v nás strach.
Proč by lhali?
Některý lidi nás chtějí proti Ukrajincům poštvat. Je jednodušší ovlivnit lidi, kteří se něčeho bojí a odvést pozornost od skutečného důvodu, proč tady uprchlíci jsou. A to je válka.
Pokud v nás někdo vyvolává strach, může se pokoušet ovlivnit naše emoce a zmanipulovat nás. Metoda vyvolávání strachu je jednou z nejběžnějších taktik pro šíření dezinformací. Nenechte se sebou manipulovat.
Okay, I hope you all enjoyed that example of prebunking. I think that really encapsulates what we are trying to do. Let me tell you a little bit more about how we measured success and then how well it performed. And then I'll encourage all of you to replicate that in Finland and beyond. So with the video that you just saw and 5 others, we reached a very wide audience using ads. So that video was shown to people right in their player on either Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, or TikTok as an ad. And we showed these as an ad campaign, just like any other third-party advertiser. We bought ads. And so this is fully replicable by other people. The videos, as you saw, were customized to local context and language. And audiences saw one of 2 videos, either one about fear-mongering or scapegoating. Now, to measure success, we did something called a custom brand lift survey. This is what's here on the right side of the screen. We were really quizzing people to see if they had learned what that technique was. Did they learn what fear-mongering was or what scapegoating was? We also looked at reach. How many people did we actually get to show this video to? Next slide. So the good news is with this approach, in 3 months, from September to December, we reached over 38 million Europeans in these 3 countries. We reached almost a third of the Polish, Czech, and Slovak population. And so here are just the view numbers from September. I don't even have all the numbers, but just incredibly large numbers, because we were able to reach huge saturation levels of the people who were online in these populations on those 4 different platforms I mentioned: YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Twitter. Next slide. The good news is people who watch the videos actually learn something from them, which I think, it's not intuitive that people learn something from advertisements. So this was really wonderful news for us. More people could identify these misinformation tactics after watching the video. So in our first round of videos in September and October, the percentage of people who got that question right relative to a control group was quite low. It was 0 to 2%. And so we iterated and we learned on what we did. And then we started to more focus the videos on reaching people who actually watched ads. And when we did that, we saw numbers go up. So in Poland, we saw an average of 3 to 3.6% of more people getting those answers correct than a control group. We even got up to 8% of viewers in some videos in the Czech Republic. And so what this says to us is it's really important to figure out how to reach people who are going to watch these videos. So we have a lot more to learn here. But even 0 to 8% is a success, because that means that hundreds of thousands of people in these 3 countries gained resilience to misinformation. Next slide. So looking ahead, I think we can empower others to use this technique. What we've done was really just a demonstration, a pilot, and everything that we've done here is replicable. Next slide. So one of the things that we're doing is open sourcing this approach. Now, obviously, Prebunking predated Jigsaw and Google, so that was already open sourced. But we've been publishing how to do the video creation and the ad campaigns that we've done, so that others can follow the same approach. We've been partnering so that we can localize these campaigns. So in 2023, we'll be working with various countries around the world, including India and elsewhere, to scale prebunking locally in a way that makes sense for each region. And finally, we're refining those measures of success. We want to know, can people trust the messenger of the misinformation? Are they willing to share the misinformation? So there are a number of other things that we would like to measure for success here, beyond just if they can correctly identify scapegoating or fear-mongering or whatever the technique is. So to help us do this, next slide. Next slide, please. We recently launched a website which has all of our research to date on prebunking on the right side here, alongside other interventions that we encourage folks to use as well for different contexts, noting that prebunking is not a silver bullet. It can be used alongside lots of other approaches, including media literacy, to really boost people's resilience to misinformation online. The website here is interventionswithgoogle.com. It contains all the videos, including the one that you saw today. And last slide. On that website is a practical guide to prebunking. So this is our first step at open sourcing exactly what we did here in this process in Central Europe. We released this actually at the prior Fighting Misinformation Online Summit in Brussels in November. This is free and accessible on our website, and was published alongside the BBC and the University of Cambridge. And I think that's it for me. Last slide is just to say thank you. I appreciate your attention, Kitos, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Beth Goldberg. Wonderful to have you with us today. If you have any questions to Beth, just raise your hand and we read the microphone out to you. Any hands up? No, not yet. I would like to ask you, Beth, what is the best way to teach prebunking skills in your opinion?
Well, I think I'd love people's recommendations on this. One of the things that we've done in the past is workshops, where we've actually in Prague last summer at a Fighting Misinformation Online event. We hosted a live workshop where people actually wrote their own pre-bunking messages based on misinformation that they had seen in their own communities. I think we are each experts at the misinformation in our own ecosystems. And so we are the ones who can best craft those pre-bunking messages to protect others against that misinformation. I think another way that this could be taught is for journalists who are already engaged in fact-checking efforts. They are real experts on the trends in misinformation over time. They would be excellent at pre-bunking as well and in spreading that message to their audience through the media.
And to keep the processes and sources open is, of course, important as well. How can we add more source details to material online? Is it possible?
Yes, I think this is beyond my area of expertise, but I will definitely agree with you that source information is absolutely critical. It's a key component of media literacy, is understanding the source of facts. And I think it helps us build trust and know what we can believe in and what we can't. So yes, we should absolutely be adding more source material. I think with pre-bunking, the source is actually less important because you're really looking for these patterns in not what the misinformation is saying, but in how they're saying it. And so it actually doesn't matter if the source has, a fake logo of an institution that should be trustworthy. Sometimes that logo can be fabricated. And so if you know, hey, this really reputable newspaper probably wouldn't say this. It probably wouldn't be manipulating my emotions like this with fear. If you're able to spot that, you can complement your ability to look for sources.
Yes, this is something that is very important to understand. We have one question from the audience. Here you go.
Hello, I'm Elsa Kivinen, and I would like to know from Faktabari, a Finnish fact-checking agency, I would like to know more of the examples of the pre-bunking videos, apart from the one you showed. What other narratives or examples were pre-bunked and how?
Gladly, yes. We started off with videos that we showed in the United States and the United Kingdom that focused on general misinformation techniques. We wanted to look at political information very broadly and then try to pre-bunk it in as apolitical a way as possible. So at speeches from politicians, we looked at different information that was in the popular press about really hot political topics. And we identified that there were a number of common misinformation techniques, things like false dichotomies, pretending that there's only two choices, or ad hominem attacks. This is a Latin expression that means the person instead of talking about the problem itself. And so we identified a few of these techniques that are often used in political information, and we designed short, very humorous, playful videos to really make sure that these didn't feel political at all. And we showed those to people in the US and the UK, as I mentioned, so those are available online. We've also developed videos that were specific to the coronavirus vaccine hesitancy. We did a series of surveys and interviews with people who were vaccine hesitant in the United States. As you know, there's still a very large proportion of population. I don't want to pretend like I remember the exact statistics, but it's larger than you would want it to be, who are still not vaccinated against COVID-19. And this was early when the vaccine was fully available. We started to survey people why. What were the misinformation narratives that were driving their hesitancy, their refusal to get the vaccine? And we identified three top narratives, one of which was that the vaccine was dangerous. It was perceived by people to cause some sort of physical harm. There were claims that it would paralyze them or it might kill you. But whatever it was, I think the meta-narrative was that the vaccine is more dangerous than the virus. And so we said, hey, that's a very pre-bunkable message. And we got doctors and nurses as actors to come actually film for these short 30-second videos explaining why the vaccine was less dangerous than the virus itself. And so those videos we tested in a lab, and then we've shown those on YouTube as well. There were a couple other examples I mentioned about male and white supremacy, but I think the health misinformation and then the general misinformation techniques are probably the two best examples we have, and they have lots of rigorous testing that you can find on that website. That's linked there. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Beth Goldberg. Wonderful to have you with us live from New York. Thank you. And have a nice day.
Thank you all.
Bye-bye. Now it's time to take a short break. We will continue 2:45 when we will learn how Donald Duck can help us fight fake news and promote reading skills. See you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, program starts in 1 minute.
Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed coffee and networking. Now we will connect directly to Duckburg. Our next speaker was the one who came up with the idea of introducing a story about fake news in Donald Duck. He has previously been talking about good reading skills being the fundamentals to media literacy skills. Please welcome Mr. Aki Hyyppä, Editor-in-Chief from Duckburg.
Good afternoon. This is somehow a funny moment because usually when I'm speaking about Aku Ankka and reading and that kind of stuff, I don't have to introduce myself and what I'm doing here and why I'm doing this. And so I'm starting to introduce Aku Ankka magazine in the Finnish way. In Finland, Aku Ankka is not a magazine only for the kids. We started publishing Aku Ankka magazine in Finland back in 1951, and even from the very beginning, we realized, well, I didn't realize, but the first editor-in-chief realized that Aku Ankka, it could be made in such a good Finnish language and good language that even the adults will enjoy Aku Ankka. And that's something which differs us from all the other Aku Ankka Donald Duck magazines in Europe. I will show you. Of course, we are a magazine for the kids. So the kids must enjoy reading our magazine. And as you can see on the left side, they are starting to read Aku Ankka when they are turning 3 years old. And of course, most of the kids, they are really reading when they are starting to school. And well, let's say 5, 6, 7, 8 years old from that. And they are learning to read quite well. But as you can see from the figures, we still have almost 40,000 Finns who have been following us from the very beginning. So the Finns over 65 years old, they are still reading Donald Duck. I don't know if you know, but Aku Ankka is the biggest Finnish magazine and biggest weekly paper in Finland. And we are having like over 500,000 readers every week with our magazine. And what's making this extremely important, according to our reader survey, 40% of the Finns have been learning to read by reading Donald Duck. So the first words they have been reading are from our magazine. This is giving us some power and some responsibility. The other figures that has Aku Ankka inspired you to draw yourself, they are also quite okay. And Finnish people, as you can see, they were quite old when they are reading Donald Duck magazine. They are also collecting, but that's not that important in here. The main thing is learning to read. One thing I have to show you in this event, we were also asking should the screen time somehow be limited of the kids. And as you can see, we were interviewing over 1,000 Finns, and almost 95% they were hoping that they can somehow limit the screen time of the kids. But anyway, when we are talking about fake news, and when we are talking about targeting and some kind of problems with sharing the information, is that funny? Is that funny at all? Because the main thing in Donald Duck magazine, why it's so popular in Finland, why it's so popular everywhere in Europe, is that it has to be funny. But as you saw, we have so many readers, so we have the responsibility and we have the possibility to somehow teach the kids how the world is working. So, me and my colleagues, well, mainly the editor-in-chief of Germany, Mickey Mouse, and Norwegian, Donald Duck, we're having a meeting once a year, and we are deciding what kind of topics we would like to have in our magazine next year. And last year, well, I have to say the idea was coming from Finland. We thought we have to make a story about fake news. And all my colleagues were extremely happy with the idea, and also the scriptwriter Jaakko Seppälä, who was elected to make the script, he was quite happy with the idea. And this story has been published all over Europe 2 weeks back. And the media coverage has been quite huge in every country. And well, that's why I'm here. When they saw that Donald Duck has been making a story about fake news, that's a topic, of course. And the feedback we have been having from the story, it has been amazing. For example, one of my colleagues told that he's having a 5-year-old kid at home, and he was reading aloud this comic story for his son. And next morning, when Helsingin Sanomat came their home, the boy was asking, how do I recognize the fake news from this newspaper? And they were having good talks about what is fake news, where are the fake news coming, and how can you recognize the fake news. And of course, when we are dealing with that kind of stuff, we have to be quite careful that the story has to remain funny, but we can make the educational part in that one. Of course, the story is funny. It's having the normal plot that Beagle Boys are trying to rob the money of Uncle Scrooge. But this time, they realize that they can use fake news, they can use social media targeting, and false influencing with the politicians of Duckburg to make Uncle Scrooge look bad, and somehow to get their scheme working, how to rob the money bin. And the story was a little bit longer than usually, and it was having like 2 pages of this fake news and targeting roll-up to get Uncle Scrooge look bad, and to show the kids what kind of news they could be. Well, you can take this issue. They are somewhere in the back tables, issues for you, the Aku Ankka magazine for you. But anyway, you can see how it was done. The main fake news that there's a salmon with horns in the river nearby Duckburg, and it was made so ridiculous and funny that every kid can see that it's really fake news. It's nothing to do with the reality. But anyway, anyway, the story was working. The kids were learning some things about fake news and targeting. But that's not the main thing I have to say. If you are thinking, how the kids are learning some media skills, how they are recognizing the fake news, everything is starting from the literacy. And that's something I have been talking quite a while. How is the literacy going on in Finland? PISA tests are are made among the 15-year-old pupils in every European, all over the world actually. And on the year 2006 and 2018, the literacy skills and reading skills were the main topic of the PISA tests. And in the beginning of 2000th century, so 2003 and 2006, Finland was on the first position, on the top on reading skills in all over the world. In 1918, we have dropped on the place 5 to 9. So, and the kids are reading less and less. The problem is, you can see here, if we are interviewing a teen who has a reading as a hobby, he's knowing about 70 to 85,000 different words, so his vocabulary is quite huge. And when we are interviewing a teen who hasn't been reading, doesn't have a reading as a hobby, his or her vocabulary is might be only 15,000 words. And if you remember Coco the gorilla, who learned 2,000 sign language signs, so which kind of kid you would like to release from home? The kid who has been reading books and that kind of stuff, who is having a huge variety of the words he is able to use, or the teen who does know only 1,500 words. I think you don't have to think about that quite long. But I think that if we think that the language is leading your thoughts, if you don't read, can you read media as well as you would like to do? And this is not a problem only for the Finnish kids and teens. This is also for the adults. 6 in 10 Finnish adults is reading less than they would like to do. And if we are checking, for example, the circulation of Donald Duck magazine, in 2008, it used to be over 300,000 copies every week, and now it's only a little bit over 100,000 copies. Back in 2008, we were the biggest Finnish magazine, but we are still, with the 1/3 of circulation, the biggest Finnish magazine. So, and if we are checking also how the books are selling in Finland, the numbers are only 1/3 of 10 or 15 years back. So everyone is reading less. And there's quite a lot of news about how the audiobooks are taking the space from the printed books. But I've been talking with some scientists working with human brains, and if you are reading a normal book, it's totally different place in your brains which is working than when you are listening to audiobooks. So, if there's something I would like to say in the end of this speech, which turned to be some kind of dystopia instead of a funny Donald Duck speech, read. It's best you can do. Thanks.
I agree. I really agree. Thank you, Mr. Aki Hyppä, for a wonderful performance. We are so happy to have you with us today. Before the break, Beth Goldberg introduced prebunking to us. Are you going to teach your readers prebunking as well?
Actually, the next meeting for the subject next year is going to be in April, and I'm really trying to find the best topics I can find, and that might be the one.
Any questions from the audience to Aki Hyppä? There is one, yes, Martha. Here you go.
Hi, Martha from Google. Thank you so much. Question, is this sort of format with Donald Duck as this sort of champion to teach misinformation 100% unique to Finland? Have you seen it anywhere else in the world?
This story was published in all over the Europe, Scandinavia, Germany, and that kind of. And unfortunately, Donald Duck comics are not published in English. In the United States, they are making some books and albums, but they are only for the adult collectors who have been reading the Donald Duck comics when they were young in the 50s and 60s. So these comics are not spreading that well. I know that they're having plans to get the kids back to Duckburg again, but it's not that hard because the break has been so long in the States. But anyway, I have to say that in Scandinavia and Northern Europe, the comics are huge.
Why is that?
I don't know. When Donald Duck came to Finland in 1951, it was a miracle during that time. Finland was still recovering from the Second World War, and it was somehow a miracle when I'm comparing the first Donald Ducks, which were already in 4-color, to the black and white old kids' books, old magazines in the early 50s. And we were really able to get these huge generations to read Donald Ducks. And they have been subscribing that magazine for their kids and
so on.
And so on and so on. And I know some families with 4 generations who have been learning to read from Donald Duck. So it's some kind of national habit. And it goes as well also in other Scandinavian countries.
Should adults start to read more comics? What do you think?
It's a good first step. Because as I told you, 40% of the Finns have been learning to read by reading Donald Duck. And I'm really hoping that it's the easy way to start reading. And well, the next step, they might go into the novels and the huge, large classics and that kind of stuff. So I'm really pleased that I'm the first one.
We have 2 questions, one from Martha and then from the first row over here.
I just had a quick follow-up. I just find it interesting if you think about the challenges on reaching seniors that we heard about before, but you have such a high percentage that is maybe an interesting vehicle if it sort of takes people back to something they're familiar with, but also, you know, another Gen Z trend is this sort of looking back and taking content that's nostalgic. So that could really be an interesting thing to tap into. Just a thought.
Yes, but I think people are so extremely busy nowadays, and we're having a sister magazine of Aku Ankka, which is Aku Ankka Classic, of course, and we are publishing the old comics from the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and I think that's the main magazine for the adult readers, because it's easy to grab, quick to read, and giving you taking you back to the good memories of childhood, and I think that's really...
It's cozy.
It's cozy.
There you go.
Hi, thank you. I'm an obsessive reader, and I often have this debate with my husband, who listens to audiobooks but isn't such a sort of avid reader. Do we think that sort of listening to audio literature would have the same effect with teens or young children as actively reading?
Of course, listening to the books and audiobooks and that, it's better than nothing, because reading is it's the firewood for your imagination. So you are listening to the stories and they are taking you somewhere. But of course, I think the main problem with the audiobooks, it's if you are walking on the street, you can listen to the audiobooks, but you can't read walking on the street because, well, you might bump into something. It's a little bit lowering your concentration, and you are not concentrating on the story that much. I've been listening, of course, well, who hasn't been listening to some audiobooks, and you are always find a good place for the audiobooks. But if I have been listening to a good book, I'm always buying it, and I'm always reading it again. And I would like to have it on my bookshelf. Well, it's a problem. I'm having over 4,000 books at home, so it's I'm really afraid of if I'm moving or something. But anyway, it's a little bit different thing, but of course it's good for your imagination. And for example, my boys, when they were like on the 3rd or 4th grade, they were starting to avoid some friends because they were only gaming and they don't have the imagination anymore for playing at all. So it's taking you somewhere because they didn't read at all. And they were only playing those video games or that kind of stuff. And they were not able to play because of the lack of some imagination. It's sad.
You've You've helped make my argument, thank you.
Very good, we need them, the arguments. Thank you, Mr. Aki-Hyppä, for a wonderful performance. And thank you. It was wonderful to have you here.
Did you have?
Yes, and you can find these over there on one table over there. So here you can learn about fake news. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. As you know, Finland is heading towards the parliament election, and the risk of misinformation is growing day by day. What can we do to fight election in misinformation? Our last keynote speaker has many answers to that question. He works at the European University Institute School of Transnational Governance and as program director for the European Digital Media Observatory. He has also a very long experience in Finnish politics behind the scenes. He has been working for both the European Parliament and as a special advisor to the previous Prime Minister of Finland, Alexander Stubb. He has also been a partner and senior advisor at Milton, a public affairs and communications consultancy. So he really knows what is going on in the politics. Please welcome Mr. Lauri Tierola.
Thank you very much for those kind words. As a Finn, it's of course very nice to be here, but also as a Finn, I have to say that I would rather take the stage after Metallica, the president of the country, or whomever, than Donald Duck. I'm a huge fan, and even though we live nowadays in Italy, in Florence, our family still gets Donald Duck into, thank you to the Italian Mail, not the weekly edition, but I think the monthly Donald Duck Classic comes to our mailbox in Finnish and is read from throughout every time, of course. But I'm not talking about Donald Duck anymore here, but indeed about election misinformation. I'm pretty sure most of you who are not working for Google do not know EDMO, the European Digital Media Observatory. It's an umbrella organization empowering and facilitating different types of organizations combating misinformation, disinformation across Europe. Currently, it's around 150 organizations that fall under our umbrella, indeed across Europe. Fact-checking organizations, academic researchers, universities, and media literacy organizations. So been listening with keen interest both online and here in person today. I usually like to start with defining what I'm talking about. And obviously, misinformation is in the title for today's event. It's out of the three defined here, the most common and the least dangerous, if you will, quite commonplace false or misleading information, typically not intentional indeed. What our work is focused mostly on is disinformation. The difference indeed being that this means intentional misinformation that typically is created and disseminated to gain either economic gain or could potentially cause harm to the society. And then when we speak about elections, I think we are speaking more and more, starting also from across the Atlantic, about another subtitle, foreign information manipulation and interference. It's a theme that I would say that we will be hearing more and more in the coming months and coming years. It seems to be all the talk in foreign policy circles at the moment in Brussels and several other European capitals, and of course not least because of the war in Ukraine at the moment and efforts to influence the European opinion related to the war. So today I'll mostly focus out of the three on disinformation. And before going to the elections, a quick look at what the disinformation scene in Europe has looked like during the past 18 months. This is based on the reports made by 37, if I remember correctly, or 38 fact-checking organizations across Europe, including Faktabari. Thank you for that. And we compiled those reports, analyzed them, and to the surprise of absolutely no one, have found three main themes of disinformation flowing in Europe. This underlines that the themes are around what people are talking about in general. Where information goes, disinformation follows. So when we're all talking about COVID, it's obvious that there is disinformation about COVID. Then on top of COVID that has been with us for several years, unfortunately, you see the yellow line there that spikes suddenly. Last spring is the war in Ukraine that rose rapidly in April 22 to unprecedented share of the total disinformation detected in Europe. What may be a bit surprising is how quickly it also came down. I mean, it has remained constant, but nowhere near where we were during the first couple of months. Some analysts have concluded that it's because the ones disseminating this stuff realized that the effect in most European countries was not what they desired and focused elsewhere in other parts of the world. And then the third theme is obviously climate change, which is also, as you can see, rather constant and can be expected to keep growing. Sometimes these themes do combine. We are seeing some false news where even all three of them are combined, and it's the Ukrainian refugees spreading COVID and et cetera, et cetera. Imagination is the limit. Okay, but that's the scene where we start from. Then going to elections. Here, I mean, we heard the term fake news, and all know who made that term famous across the Atlantic several years ago. And these trends typically originate in the US and are then followed rather soon in the major European countries. Quite often typically coming to the UK first and then to the continent itself. So during the previous US presidential election, there was the quite widespread story of how the election was stolen. Now, quite recently, last week, we've seen some or heard some recordings of Trump campaign officials referring to these tactics. This gathered a huge amount of media attention in Europe, also in Finland. What has gathered perhaps less media attention, at least in this country, is that we've heard, to a lesser degree, of course, but quite similar stories in European countries around their elections as well. In September 2021, in Germany, disinformation about alleged fraud, like fake mail-in ballots, unsealed ballot boxes, etc. Very typical, very stereotypical, saying that the whole undermining the credibility of the whole election process. Then, in the French presidential election last April, same thing about election being rigged and electoral frauds being conducted. This has been repeated, I mean, not in every European election, but in surprisingly many. And typically they don't attract, unless it's a question of Germany or France, it typically doesn't attract attention so much abroad in other European countries. But domestically, these are, of course, relevant issues and can lead to an undermining of trust in the whole political system in the countries. Now, what can we do about it? Baba kindly said that I have a lot of answers. Hope so. Not all the answers at least, but perhaps some. What the fact checkers in Europe and globally, who are nowadays rather organized, can do is relevant and is important. The screenshot here is from the Netherlands, where the different fact-checking organizations ganged up with the major media outlets and have created what they call fact-check marathons. 40 fact-checking organizations together with the major newspapers, checking electoral claims, publishing the results. And I think this is the key, that since typically fact-checking organizations are rather small, often working together with platforms like Google and others, but them joining forces with the traditional old media, if you will, amplifies the results of their work tenfold or hundredfold. But of course, you've heard and discussed about pre-bunking. There are limits to what fact-checking can do, because it's always comes after the false news has already been planted and the emotional image is already there. So, platforms, and this is the slightly critical part, if the hosts don't mind, the platforms need to do their part as well. Screenshot here is from a study conducted in Italy during or after the national election campaign in Italy. Group of researchers, lawyers, found on major platforms claims that these independent lawyers concluded were A, against the terms of use of those platforms, or B, outright illegal in Italy under Italian law. And then they flagged this content and asked for it to be removed. The results were less than promising. We're talking about from 5% to 11% of the reported content actually being removed ever. So this is just an isolated one study. I'm not saying that the whole picture is so bleak, but it's obvious that there is work to be done on this front as well. I'm coming back to the regulation in a second, but before going there, since indeed living these days in Italy and now speaking in Helsinki, it's obvious that the scale of the problems are quite different in different European countries. An Italian fact-checking organization, Pagella Politica, regularly fact-checks claims made by leading Italian politicians. You may recognize some of them, perhaps some of them not. And I highlighted the number of false claims by the current prime minister. She really does not have the highest number. Have to say some of them have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of false claims. This fact-checking outlet engages in what we call political fact-checking, which is, of course, difficult, sometimes controversial. It's very different from checking whether a massacre happened or not, when you're checking a political claim based on facts. Sometimes you are attacked, sometimes you need to correct, but their analysis of the Italian party's electoral programs was, well, coming from abroad, it was quite shocking to see the numbers where they concluded that way over 50% of the claims made in the party's electoral programs on economic policy were false, based on false claims. And of course, how can you have a fair election when this is the playground? This is why it's so important to do the checks and expose these claims. Regulation, honestly, doesn't have a lot of tools to interfere with politicians saying stuff that isn't factually true. That we live in a free society, that's going to be the case, that you cannot regulate this away. But you can regulate a lot of other stuff. And here I would say that Europe is by far the leading force in the world at the moment. We know that other administrations, other authorities from across the world are looking at Europe right now, from the US, from Australia, etc., etc. The Digital Services Act that was approved earlier will come in. Well, it it will come into force in phases, but in September this year, its clauses impacting disinformation will come into force. Under that piece of legislation, there is already a so-called code of practice against disinformation, which all the major platforms have signed, where they have made dozens of commitments how to combat and limit and demonetize disinformation on their platforms. The signatories include Google, Twitter, TikTok, etc., etc. All the ones you would expect. Implementation is the tricky issue. 2 days ago, I was in Brussels hearing from the Commission that they know that they don't have the mechanism to enforce these rules yet, and they will have to, in 6 months' time, have those tools, so they are hard at work on it at the moment. In theory, breaking the rules under the Digital Services Act can lead to fines for the platforms who don't comply, or even in the extreme case, shutting down the service in the European Union. Now, this is obviously the extreme case. Typically, as speaking for my work and EDMO, we don't like naming and shaming practices. But today is a good day to name and shame one particular, since under the code of practice, the platforms report on their activities, on their actions to limit and combat disinformation. And the day to submit those and publish those reports was today. Google has published a report, 242 pages. I have not read it today. I'm sorry. I promised to do that. But unfortunately, one of the signatories, namely Twitter, has submitted a report that the European Commission already said out in public is disappointing, thus is not comprehensive. At the same time, when we know that Twitter is at least changing, if not closing completely, the access for researchers to access their data to look inside the box what's actually happening and how much disinformation is being spread on the platform. So put together, these two developments are worrying, to say the least. And it's obvious that when the Digital Services Act is in place, the Commission will have some hard decisions to take later this year, and possibly we shall see whether this Commission, before the next European election, will find reason to do something concrete or not. That's a political decision at the end. But one thing we do know that will be in place before the European election is a regulation on political advertising. Most of the rules will seem quite familiar to Finns, since the national legislation in Finland already covers much of this. But it will mean that across the EU, you will need to have transparency in political advertising online. You will need to see who is actually paying for the ads, and so forth, to eliminate the possibilities for anonymous, possibly foreign political advertising related to an election. So a lot of regulation is already agreed, coming into force, or being negotiated at the moment. But will it be enough alone? No. And for Finland, I think most of what I've said will be relevant in the medium term. But for the next parliamentary election in April, most of the pieces that I've said will not be in place yet. We like to think, as Finns, and quite rightly so, that due to the high media literacy rates that have been discussed today, we are quite well protected, if not even immune. I have to say that I don't disagree with that. I have often said also to the Finnish authorities that perhaps the bigger threat is that Finland is so little known, that it's easier to spread false news about Finland abroad than false news about Finland or about the world in Finland. For a country that's applying for NATO membership, this is an issue, but that's not my problem. That's the problem of the Finnish authorities at the moment. What we can and should expect in Finland, however, is, well, we saw in public in the Finnish media a couple of days ago, the Finnish authorities saying that they are prepared and would expect cyber attacks to the electoral system itself. And then the authorities saying that they don't expect really disinformation attacks from abroad. This is, of course, a very positive statement. I hope that's true. At the same time, I have to say that it's fascinating to see how different the approaches in different European countries are. Finland has a lot of NGOs, and at the same time, many actions like the fight against disinformation is very much led by the public authorities. It happens in the closed meeting rooms inside the ministries. And I would say that it's an important part of the piece, definitely, especially when it comes to foreign information manipulation. But public authorities cannot get everywhere. Regulation doesn't reach everywhere. You need a vibrant civil society. And now looking from abroad, I am slightly concerned whether the Finnish civil society is really up to the task of naming and shaming those spreading disinformation in Finland. I'll conclude. I see I have a couple of minutes, but I'll conclude soon already by saying that before the previous Finnish parliamentary election, Faktabari was able to do some fact-checking on the political claims made by party leaders in debates. I think that was relevant and important. Expect that the major Finnish media outlets will do operations of this kind on their own this time. I would strongly encourage, knowing that in this country there is a tradition of working together because resources are limited. Even the so-called vaalikone election machines are now being put together by several companies working together. I would really encourage the Finnish society to work together, media companies to work together in finding methods to fact-check claims made during the election campaign. If it's only left to very small fact-checking outlets, and then trusting that the platforms do their part, and our population is so media literate that they will not buy this stuff anyway, I'm a bit worried that this is not enough. And it's not too late yet. We have a couple of months left, so if say the major NGOs, employers' organizations, labor unions, etc., would take up the challenge together with the media outlets, I'm sure that even in the span of a couple of months, miracles could be made. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lauri Tierala. Great to have you with us. If you have any questions to Lauri, raise your hand. Yes, we have there many hands up already. When we are waiting for the microphone, the risk of election misinformation in Finland is, of course, growing, as you told us. How can we protect ourselves against it?
Since we are a couple of months away from the election, I mean, the groundwork, most of the work has been done already. And genuinely, obviously, topping the media literacy indexes means that we are genuinely in a good place. But having the resources and also the bravery, the audacity of calling a lie a lie. I know that this is sometimes difficult in the Finnish media environment when journalists want to make sure that they are neutral and appear neutral. And if you say that someone is claiming something that's not true, you are easily claimed of taking sides and so forth.
Yes,
but
that's the problem.
That's the challenge here.
Yes, that's really a big challenge. What about for example, candidates that are spreading misinformation in their campaigns. How should we react on this?
After naming and shaming Twitter, if I can say one positive thing, you've noticed perhaps on that platform that under some controversial tweets, there are nowadays fact checks under the particular tweet. The first time you see it, it's a bit, wow, what is this? But I would encourage the media outlets, the NGOs, everybody taking part in the political process around the election of again, being brave. When a candidate is saying this, of course, you will need to report what candidates are saying, but there are ways, journalistically sound ways of putting a box saying that the facts of this are these and these.
Yes. A couple of questions from the audience. Here you go.
Hi, again, my name is Oliver Rotko, and I'm a YouTube creator. So especially on social media, there has always been this discussion between moderation versus open dialogue. And I totally agree that we need legislation, we need to have clear rules for different platforms. But what we have also been seeing in the US, referring to what has happened there during the last recent years, is trying to purely silence a portion of the populace doesn't really silence them at all. It takes them out of the general discussion. However, those ideas and ideologies can very easily become a silo that is kind of hidden, and then it boils over at some point, referring to events last year. How do you see the balance between moderation and open dialogue, where we actually do fact-checking and have an open dialogue based on fact-checking?
Is it possible?
I mean, this is a very, very good and very difficult question, of course. Also, I would start by saying that the differences in the starting points are huge between Europe and the US, and between Finland and US, where you have a relatively divided partisan media and overall by two-party system with a rather divided society around many issues, compared to the plural rather traditionally consensus-oriented society where it's not typically that you would find these dramatically dividing issues where based on false claims, based on untruths, dividing the population 60-40, but typically more like 95-5. Where I would say that when it's, I mean, it of course depends on the case. I don't have a ready solution here, but it's possible to find the difference between genuine confusion, genuine errors and mistakes, and intentional disinformation. Of course, without sacrificing the good sides of having everybody on board in the same reading the same newspapers and watching the same TV channels, etc., etc.
Next question, please.
Thank you, Mikko Salo from the Faktabaari. We are part of the EDMO network with the Nordic colleagues in the consortia called Nordis. I would practically just comment what Lauri said, that yes, we have appealed, let's say, 5 to 6 years for the legacy media, so to say, to take this seriously, because the information landscape is getting really difficult and you need that, let's say, the journalistic fact-checking approach. There's been some miscommunication and all that, but I really appeal as well to do the fact-checking, at least in their own platforms, so to say, own channels in this year. And we have also encouraged that within the Nordis cooperation, we could then bring the media houses to a wider cooperation to understand what's going on and to take all the benefits of all the networks. And that would actually, the networks are very linked then to the tech world, because so that could be a raise the game type of thing. But next to that one, I would like to ask Lauri about you referred to the EU type of legislative things. We know, both of us, this is not coordinated, but we know both of us that this is practically build the momentum towards the European elections. And that's actually very close by. So that's, so to say, the deadline for the Finnish authors to be part of the networks. But how do you see the implementation thing going on? And especially, we have also followed very closely the election ads transparency, the new initiative that will take place. I also asked about the YouTube representative, how they are kind of getting into it, but how do you see that implementation? Are we in the right time frame for that one? Can we make it? Because everything that I've seen from the US and all that, we will have some challenges there with the targeting stuff and advertisement part. Thank you.
The question is such a good one that I presented the exactly same question 2 days ago in Brussels in a seminar to a senior civil servant of the Commission and a leading MEP, and I was not 100% convinced by the answer. I have to say, the Commission is preparing a so-called democracy package, apparently to be published just before Europe Day, so in late April or early May this year, around 1 year before the election. So in theory, that's enough time to implement whatever is proposed there. Can be presumed that it will not only be about disinformation. The so-called Qatar Gate will feature prominently in that package, we can expect. But in theory, there is time. But genuinely, these are such difficult issues that it's not time alone. We are engaging in an unseen effort, or never before seen effort, of co-regulating together with the platforms something that is incredibly difficult to define. So I think the effort is there, the political will is there, but whether it will be successful this time, I'm not sure. If I
Yes.
May I mention briefly that I'm more worried about disinformation about Finland abroad than disinformation in Finland, and I had an example, but I forgot to say it.
Yes.
So, we're indeed tracking month by month the disinformation trends and main stories being spread in Europe, and to my great surprise, the #1 story across the EU detected by our network last September concerned Finland. Across the Union, there were stories telling that, I mean, in almost every major news outlet you can imagine, there were stories telling that there are 30 or 40 kilometer long line on the Finnish eastern border of Russians trying to flee the country and come here. This all originated from one anonymous tweet with one picture that, I mean, I saw it. It was being spread on my news feed. I thought, okay, we're in September. This is obviously from early spring, whatever. And I was at an event in Prague, and I closed it. Several hours later, I noticed, oh gosh, it's spreading all around. We've got Finnish members of parliament. We've got leading foreign policy researchers of this country, etc., spreading this. And then the foreign news outlets picked it. I told my colleagues, have you seen this? This is, wow, what is this? Oh, we thought it's true because these university professors are already spreading it. And then it was all across. I think it's a perfect example when a country is so little known that when we give just 1 inch, one element, it can spread like wildfire.
Yes, a good example of how misinformation can suddenly grow big and be the truth suddenly. Anyway, thank you so much for your really, really important insights. I think this discussion will go on, and it's very important. Thank you, Mr. Lauri Tierala. Thank you. Dear guests, how are you doing? We have had a long day with very important information. I guess you have many new insights and ideas to take with you to your own work in the future. I hope so. Anyway, it's time for the closing comments. I'm happy to introduce to you a man who has been listening very carefully to the speakers all day and who has been making important notes about the findings and new ideas brought up today. He's a professor of social psychology and the leader of Emerging Technologies Lab at the Tampere University. His research focuses on emerging technologies, social interaction, criminology, and addiction research. With his wide experience on social media, online communities, and cyber hate, he is well positioned to wrap up our fantastic day and give his insights on the next step on fighting misinformation online. Be prepared to look into the future. Please welcome Mr. Atte Oksanen.
Thank you all. It's been a very interesting day with excellent talks in different topics, and I have a challenge to wrap these things up. I'm not sure whether I manage. I will talk from the social psychology perspective from my field, and I have basically 4 themes that I will touch upon when I push the right button. So first of all, I will talk about the social media revolution. In general, this has been touched in some issues, that it's been a rapid process with the development of social media applications and how we learn to use social media in the first place. Then there's the issue of rise of cyber hate. That is the unfortunate thing, and disinformation or spread of disinformation is part of this package. Fourth part is highly important, is the human vulnerability to cognitive bias, and especially important theme in the world that is increasingly complex and full of different types of information. And fourth point touches the need for transparency in science and technology in general. If we think about what has happened in past 15 years or so, as a social psychologist, I would call this a revolution. So we are actually wired on offline, face-to-face interaction, and we have had to learn to use social media and communicate online. And I feel that sometimes this development has been too fast. So we are living in this kind of fast new world. Many actions are very impulsive. Social media is very affective, both positive and negative emotions. Also, the use of social media is very addictive as well. And it is very rewarding. So there is this self-centered element of people seeking for self-verification, self-enhancement, and also social bonding. So basically, social media is fulfilling a lot of our basic needs. For example, need for relatedness and other types of needs. But it's mostly very emotional, and this has nothing to do with facts or accurate information. It's mostly based on individual tendencies. It's also made our world very small, so we are connected to each other, and no matter how peculiar one's interests are, you will find always someone who is like-minded or who have similar thoughts. Sometimes this is a good thing, sometimes not so good. For example, if your interests are, for example, terrorist motivations or something very harmful. So people do bond up, they seek for similar-minded others, and this might also narrow their perspectives. And definitely group formation takes place online. It takes place, of course, in everyday life, but it's particularly easy online, and the algorithms of platforms help this thing. When I've studied cyber hate now for something like 15 years, more or less. When we started, I thought that this is a highly marginal topic. I studied marginal topics before, and I thought that this is yet another marginal topic for me, but it's been really unfortunate to see on the basis of our survey data, cross-national survey data, the actual rise of cyber hate. This is no news to anyone, but it's something that as a researcher I didn't believe that we are at this point that we have been in a couple of years, where we are basically in the situations like we heard already today that also journalists, politicians, academics are threatened in social media. Also, if you think about workers in general in our society, for example, cyberbullying, for example, is quite widely spread. This is a global challenge, but there is variation between countries, and some countries are more tight in their legislations or put more effort on solving even the cyber cases. Important thing is also that this really impacts our subjective well-being. It impacts our trust, both institutional trust and generalized trust on others, and it has a very negative effect on our society in general. So, because trust, for example, is one of the cornerstones of the working society in general. I will just show very briefly numbers. These are very simple results from our latest survey. So basically saying that half of the adult population in these 6 countries witness on monthly basis cyber hate. Almost 1/5 of them, 20%, close to become victimized by it, and then there is a smaller percentage of those who actually admit that they have written offending comments to others. These are the results we have gained. So the Finland peaks in exposure to cyber hate. This has been in all of our surveys starting from 10 years ago, when we find that Finland is actually close to US in these circumstances. So that's one part. Maybe our Finns are more also knowledgeable on certain issues, but it's true that we have a lot of problems to solve also within Finnish society. Human vulnerability to bias. So biases, prejudices, and preconceptions affect thinking. And I particularly like to work by Daniel Kahneman, Nobel Prize winner, on these things. He talks about fast and slow thinking. So when I was describing the social media use, it's often this kind of emotional, very reflexive, fast thinking instead of being slow thinking when you would actually rationalize things. But Kahneman was one of the key authors writing about how people make biases in their thinking. Confirmation bias being one of them, for example, favoring information that is confirming existing beliefs, attitudes, and opinions. So if you go online, you will find different opinions, but you might take only those that suit your perspective. Affinity bias is the other important one, that we tend to favor information from people who are similar to us. We've done quite a lot of investigations on online bubbles or identity bubbles, so how people self-identify others online, how they seek for companies or other similar-minded, and how they rely on people from their closed circles online. And there's a way to measure it, and I particularly find information bias part of our scale interesting for this event. So I was looking at our newest data, this cross-national data from 6 countries, and tendency for information bias. So who has tendency for information bias in social media? You find younger age relevant, no surprise there, so peer groups are more important for young people. Excessive social media use is particularly important. Out of the platforms, it's actually so that Facebook use peaks there. These people tend to be technologically related, so they use technological tools to be related with others, and they also have a desire for verification for their personal self via social media. So there's no big surprises here in the sense that it's actually the very active social media users who have their own bubble in social media and tend to then highly rely on information that they get from their own bubble. Of course, this will narrow and bias their worldview a bit. About the trust, institutional trust was not significant, but people who had tendency for information bias in social media showed high trust on people met only online, no surprise there as well. But they had also high trust on social media science. So like Google or Facebook or nowadays Meta, for example. So this is of course nice for social media science, but maybe less nice if we try to avoid also spread of misinformation in our societies. They have also lower trust on people in general. So high trust in people met online, low trust in people in general, at least when you model this phenomenon. This is important, as we have heard today, that is increasingly complex world. There is an excessive amount of information and research data currently available. When we had the COVID-19 pandemic, for example, there was a lot of different experts talking about the phenomenon, and sometimes it feels that every citizen wanted to be an expert on the issue, and this is quite typical of our current age, that there is a lot of information available, a lot of research data, and you can always pick the sources. In higher education, where I'm involved, even in the top levels, I think there is a lot of pressure on verifying the relevance of and accuracy of scientific information even. So this actually requires reading skills. So it's not really enough that you have high media literature in general, but you would have to have also skills to understand that what kind of information is actually accurate. And within scientific world, there is increasing demand for transparency, and there's actually good progress towards that side. But then there's the other side of the recent discussions have been, like ChatGPT was mentioned here earlier on, that AI solutions, for example, that raise a lot of questions. So far there has been worry in media that students will write their essays by using these ones, but I've been wondering the misinformation side of the AI solutions. So how are these systems trained, what kind of biases they might involve, and how reliable other data sources. And if you use, let's say, ChatGPT, you don't get any kind of references or any kind of sources where it has taken the facts. So if you are competent enough, you can assess the information, but it sets the bar quite high on the people who might be using these systems. So there is certainly a need for transparency, and as we heard already in the previous talk, the EU's role generally in these issues is quite active, and it's also active in transparency of AIs. My last point relates to the responsibility of major technology companies. So it's good that recently there has been also some positive developments, but on the first place, we have ended this situation because for a long time, big media, social media science, usually American companies, typically said that they are only technology companies and they are not responsible on the information spread in their platforms. Of course, this has changed now and quite a bit, but still there are a lot of problems with some platforms. Platforms by Meta, for example, are not open for research, and if, let's say, Twitter is shutting down, so there is less possibility for research to actually look into what's going on in these platforms. So we need basically everyone, including the companies, to solve these issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Atte Oksanen, for giving an insight into the future. Can you tell us what is the most scaring vision into the future you have met in your research?
Well, I've studied a lot of scary things, so...
Yes, so you're not scared.
Including terrorism.
Well, actually, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, but I think this kind of anti-democratic process that has been going on, and also as an academics, that there is so much this kind of general harassment and hate taking place within the public discussions currently, that because at least in Nordic countries and Finland we tend to trust is the cornerstone of our society, and
especially in the science.
Yeah, so that's if there are a lot of intergroup conflicts within the society, that's very harmful for us all, because I think we still have to believe that we are in the same boat and we are not in the same road that has happened in some other countries.
Any question from the public or the audience? No questions. The last question to you, any advice you want to give to our audience after this day?
But our audience is they're experts in their field, so
yes.
It's like I mean, I learned a lot, so I can't give you any advices.
Thank you.
Maybe only one is that don't use the ChatGPT or don't trust everything that is written there. So.
Yeah. Thank you, Atte Oksanen. Thank you. So, we have had a wonderful day. Now it's time to relax and network. You can mingle around here until 5. If you want to see the presentations again, the content from the conference will be available online on the event page and on YouTube as well. We will share the links by email to you. On the behalf of the organizers, I want now to thank you all attending this wonderful day and making it so inspiring both here at the old student house in Helsinki as well as online. My name is Barbara Lybeck, and I wish you all good luck in fighting misinformation and hate speech online, and hope that you have a great media literacy week. Thank you so much for your attention, and have a good day. Bye-bye.